Hi, everybody. Welcome. This is lesson 18, the dreaded or the beloved lesson 18. Today is April 23, 2025. Hi, everybody. Thank you to everybody who is able to be here live at the recording of this meeting. And also thank you to everyone who will catch the archive later. I've done this presentation many, many years. I always change and tailor it and customize it to where we presently are. So this year will be, again, not a repeat of what I've already spoken about. You can easily access those in previous playlists that I've done of this class. So I'm going to try to speak as effectively as I can about where we are right now in not only ascension, but also in spiritual battle. And I'll have to hold up lots of pieces of paper. I do want this to be able to be accessible still on YouTube. You guys know that I put what is my lesson 17 kind of amalgamation. I put that up on an alternative place because I knew that both the topics and how I needed to talk about them is just something that I couldn't do here effectively. So thank you to those people who found those videos and watched what is now the dreaded lesson 17. And so how will I structure today? It will be a longer class than usual, and I know my classes are usually long. So let's say in maybe 2 hours, we'll take a little break so that way everyone, including me and my little dog, can take care of hunger, thirst, and anything else your body needs, and then we'll return. Okay, so we'll have a little break in the middle, and then we'll resume. And some things, let me also just stay well hydrated. This is a marathon. I did carbo load. I'm telling you, I really did. In a marathon, I've never run a physical marathon, but I have read that you must stay well hydrated. So everybody stay well hydrated. We're gonna talk about deep stuff. We're gonna talk about difficult things today because I always get all of my curriculum from my inner inspiration, and today is no different. Beginning with, as I was reviewing my notes for class last night, and then also this morning when I first woke up and was just, coming into wakefulness and doing all of my different spiritual hygiene and energetic exercises to clear the body and to prepare for the day. I was like, I'm really going to have to talk about this. So this is a story about galactic history. And also, please I know last week I had to speak in such nonsense language and try to make things into a fictional story so I could kind of get things through the filter. But I'm just going to speak about these things very openly. It's too much mental gymnastics to try to think about whether something is real or whether Aurora is just pretending or LARPing or trying to get past a filter. Let me just speak about this as openly as I possibly can. So galactic history, as I have structured it in previous semesters. First, I talk about the origins of the consciousness out of place and the energy out of place, literally like the primary trauma of your solar system and where that came from. And that does not stand independently. That also is related to what is known as the Orion Wars, or the dishevelment of large areas of your entire galaxy, which is the Milky Way. So big bad stuff has happened. But then in the solar system, which is your local neighborhood community, also big bad stuff has happened. And then also on neighboring planets, bad stuff has happened. And then also on your planet here, bad stuff has happened. Much bad stuff has happened in the past, and bad stuff is ongoing and happening. And so just as in last week's presentation, I said, don't you dare go into disempowerment. Don't go into self-pity. Don't go into feelings of hopelessness and helplessness. When you start to feel that happen, I will make you stand up straight. Be like, yep, put your shoulders back, stand up straight. We're not going to feel that way. But these might be difficult things to hear. Also, this particular teaching sharing might not be the most family friendly because I am mad and I might use bad language. I want to teach children good things, not to use naughty words. So please be aware this might not be the most family friendly presentation that I've ever done, because that will also allow me to have some free self-expression. But I do thank you very much to those people who have beautiful families and who like to watch with their kids, because I really appreciate being able to connect with beautiful young people, okay? Usually I talk about the origins of the disturbances. I talk about the economy of hell, and I'm going to talk about that in today's presentation, especially as it relates to what I'm currently calling either the carcass or dead world. Dead world is like the former paradigm of economics, even the concept of money and how your world was structured and what we're coming out of and what we're about to make a new system, which is not the end of the journey, but is another incremental shift towards total freedom. But you have to come out of the carcass, you have to come out of dead world, and how the economy of hell is a direct allegory for the economy of the dead world that you're just leaving now. And so that's, I think, always been effective information. And then I usually have a segment that is about self-defense against these negative entities. That's always had to change and shift, just like your immune system has to change and shift every year, every season, in response to new pathogens and new combinations of pathogens in your environment. In exactly the same way, like you're fighting a foe that is constantly changing, shifting, and upgrading, and your approaches must constantly change, shift, and upgrade. So I will give like a little overview of the ways that I used to fight, but then I will give you my most effective techniques for fighting now. And I really, really do wholeheartedly encourage you to fight, and to fight with everything you have. And fighting can take many different forms. I always have to be cautious in speaking on a video like this that I am, of course, not encouraging people to do something like whatever, buy a tank or mortars or hand grenades or something like that. I am not encouraging you to create, convention to take on the weapons of conventional warfare. But I am encouraging you to fight. And I will talk to you about violence. And I walk a fine line here because, of course, it would be very socially inappropriate for me to make overt calls for violence. Of course, I would never do that. That would be wholeheartedly frowned upon by the government and the present power structure. And you guys also have to understand and comprehend that I am the definition of what would be known as a political dissident, and that because of that, it's why I have taken an enormous amount of negative attention and outright assaults from the current power structure. But the current power structure is not only fully faltering and fully crumbling, but I have been empowered and augmented a huge amount to be able to fight against them myself. And this is how I can still be here, still be alive, still be in relative mental freedom, and still have a voice to be able to talk about these things with you. So please know that my political dissidence has remained. I was actually watching a very, very old video last night that came up on my YouTube recommended videos. I walked down memory lane. It was really, really nice, with an old friend of mine named Gary. And he still does wonderful videos too, and you can catch his stuff, I'm sure. But I was talking even back then, that was like 2018 or so, about how, I'm not a supporter of the present government in the United States. And also I'm not a supporter of governments throughout the nation states of the world, that I really believe in self-governance as a responsible individual. And I believe in the dissolution of all governments. And that was way back then. And they have been very, very, very violent towards me. And so beyond being a political dissident, what I really am is an ambassador and a diplomat. And I came here as representative of the coherent world of pure light and of the world of Christ. And we're going to talk a lot about Christ today. And I was, instead of respecting me, negotiating and communicating with me and building bridges between my culture and who I am as an otherworldly being and the type of person and organism that I am, and their invalid and very gross and disgusting thing that they are, instead of respecting or any kind of respect or communication or any kind of thing or education that could have gone on here, there was just outright attacks upon me. And really no communication, no bridge building, no common ground. They pretty much declared war upon me with what they did. And when they declared war upon me, they pretty much declared war upon the entirety of the world of pure coherent light, the entirety of the world of consciousness, the entire fabric of space-time, and everything divine that I'm connected to. And that you're living amidst that war. And you are, of course, involved in your own way, in your own lives, on this battlefield. Your own body is the battlefield. When we talk about these things like this stuff here, body is the battlefield. And you're as involved as I am in all of this. There's no way to simply be a bystander. And so I was a diplomat and a communicator who then was taken as a political dissident, prisoner of war, who then fought my captors, fought my way to freedom. And this is how I am able to be here in this intact state that I am here now. I learned how to fight against this stuff. I learned how to demolecularize it with my mind, specifically with my psychic gifts. And I also learned how to do that as a service to help other people. And please note that I'm saying this for a reason, because it's going to relate to any excuses or stories that are told by the Christ Network about what are the limitations of what they could and couldn't do, because I was able to do a lot, and I don't accept excuses. And Christ is, by definition, not excuse makers. Now, hold on one moment. Let me just adjust the lighting, because I also recognize the lighting is very out of balance. Thank you for that, guys. It's a very cloudy day outside, and I have all of these inner lights on, and the color balance was really not very good. So I'm sure that looks a lot better on the screen right now. Okay, and I'll just dive into where we are, and I'll draw it as a whiteboard. This is not part of any curriculum. This is all stuff that's new stuff, so that way you can have a sense of what is actually going on. First, let's draw the planet. And if there's background noise, apologies, because they are still doing some kind of paving work in my community, in my neighborhood here. And here is the beautiful sun in the sky. And then let's also make something like a beautiful color that represents, like benevolence and goodness. Like, let's make this, Christ. Like, we're making it a person with arms and legs. But please know that this is a multifaceted conglomerate or organism that is made out of the viewpoint of many, many organisms. Like, we could draw lines that are like lines that radiate outward, outward, outward. Like, you've seen many of my sketches, I'm sure, and many of other things. It's not just one person. This is a whole entire group, a whole entire network. And then let's also choose a gross color, and let's say this is what has been placed around the planet over here, like a gross miasma. And it really is a encapsulation around the planet that has made it so that it's very, very difficult for there to be communication between people who are living here and either this Christ figure here or the sun itself. Very, very difficult to have the actual communication. Hold on, let me just hydrate. It's so difficult to concentrate because there is very, very loud noise as they are paving the street outside. Very, very painful, painfully loud. This stuff here is actually several things. It is satellite interference in the atmosphere of Earth. This particular level of the stratosphere represents Christ on the planet. If my voice sounds weird, it's because I have to use like all of my focus and concentration just to be able to not be mentally distressed by the noise outside of my window right now. Very, very unbelievably difficult. This is the stratosphere, which is analogous in Earth's chakras to the Christ layer of being. And the Christ layer of being is supposed to be a protectant layer that prevents bad stuff from getting in and getting through. The satellites that are there that are not only like little satellites, they are emitting waves. And it's the waves that they're emitting that are disrupting Earth's chakra at the level of Christ, at the level of not only divine connection, but also protection from what would be called evil or non-God presence or antichrist. And a lot of this does relate to the struggle against technology. This beautiful level of being, which is a very elevated and benevolent level of being, does not require or desire any amount of technology. Technology, when you read my notes, you will hear me write about it as one of the unexplored characters. Like you have a play with different characters, and I talk about, all of these different conflicts that have happened in terms of galactic history that led to what was happening on Mars and that led to the impending or ongoing invasion on planet Earth. But technology is a huge part of this, is a active participant in the dynamic social structure, even if I do not give technology the sense of having a sense of self or motivations or consciousness or anything like that. But let's call it a character or a player that is making a contribution. And so satellites are technological. And also we can make little tiny dots. We make these little tiny dots over here. And then we can also say this is chemtrails and all that stuff that's creating a barrier between there. So there's frequency, there's satellites, there's particulates. And then now let's draw you. Now let's draw a little person here. This person represents everyone. It's you, it's me, it's everyone. And inside of you, there are these tiny, we'll call them fibers, that have been growing in the brain and in the neurology. And your body is a direct allegory or analogy to the planet. So you have a fractal microcosm of the problems around your planet as the problems around your pineal gland. Inside of your brain, fibers have grown and self-assembled that are also similarly creating a barrier, pollution, a distance between yourself and Christ, between yourself and the true light of the sun. Now, let me go back to my face so that I can gesture. And I'm sure that my face doesn't look happy because I'm talking about a lot of things that are actually going to be like some of the most difficult things. So last week in lesson 17, I really was sharing with you somewhat of an ongoing triumph. Like we are getting to the end of this war and we are getting to the end of this level of being constrained and limited. When you burst forth into freedom, what do I think you will experience? Will you experience a wonderful, beautiful homecoming where all of the benevolent, coherent light family, extraterrestrials, other dimensionals, and others who are in Christ are there like waiting for you with open arms and like, here's the big hug. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy you got out of that fiber mental prison that was placed around your planet. Hooray, let's hug. Do we think it's going to be that? And the sad and horrible answer is no. It cannot possibly be that. And now I will give you the logic. So this is based mostly in intuition, and also in logic. Christ is supposed to be the protector. Christ is also supposed to be the house or the apparatus within which the crown functions. It is meant to be like if you have a compass, the compass needle is very flexible and determines which direction is God. And it's also very vulnerable. It's a sensitive piece of equipment. It must be protected. Just like your eyes have eyelids to protect your retinas, right? You have to have this protective covering. Christ is supposed to be a protective covering. That is a shield that is around your face and your head, a shield that is around your planet, a shield that is around your consciousness so that you can effing ascend. I want to say so that you can mother effing ascend. I'm sorry, this is where I'm starting to get very angry. It's because this is why I have had to become the planetary shield and the planetary protector, because all of this other stuff that is supposed to be in existence and is supposed to be effective has failed. And the only problem with that is that by definition, this individual, multi-individual organism and organization known as Christ cannot fail. By definition, it would be like if I said water just has to stop being wet. Water by definition is wet. I cannot take that quality away from water and still have it be water. Christ, as some of its basic foundational definitions of who and what it is a multifaceted consciousness that is made out of the very, very best virtuosos of time, who are all precogs. Everybody can see and sense the future, who are all benevolent and positively aligned, meaning that they want to create life affirming experiences that protect themselves and others, protect the innocent, bring you towards greater levels of life, do not power abuse, and also that the Christ network, it's a telepathic network. So I'll just describe it to you. It's people from a variety of different contexts and civilizations. And yes, you can have a Christed blade of grass, but they're all very good. They're all very excellent at what they do. We all have psychic powers, and we all we share the same value system. We protect the innocent. We follow divine intelligence, which is this harmonic pattern. We don't make excuses. Get the job done. And if there is not a way to do it, you find a way to do it. So when I did my Flying Rainbow Lasagna in 2001, I was very much exemplifying and embodying those qualities as Christ. And that's where I come from. I have no problem telling you that. That is where I come from. I also needed to make a distinction, like as I'm preparing myself for how I'm going to speak to you about this today. My Aurora Collective, is separate and distinct from Christ. These are two different types of collectives of consciousness. So they are not totally the same. And in what I'm telling you, like, I don't have to reject my Aurora Collective. I am still totally connected with them as much as I possibly can be amidst the fibers and the frequencies that are here that are intending to separate me from that level of myself. And I also know that I am not corrupted. I am not taken over or diminished by this thing that makes this technology. Again, in more hydration. But I think that Christ has been taken over or diminished or hijacked or destroyed. And of course, I can't say exactly that I know this. So there's also some valid sense of, you can hold, not the benefit of the doubt, but you can not make any definitive beliefs about what is going on until you have the full information. Like, it's actually very, very fair to say, we're on a highway, the highway of time, we're driving along, it's very foggy and you can't see. And it's okay to say, like, well, until you can see what's really going on, let's not make any big choices or pronouncements about the truth, and let's wait and see. That is very, very fair. But I'm telling you that if you do not get off your ass and do something, then you will die. Because you can't just be like, well, let's just wait and see if someone or something is out there, SpongeBob face, to just help us out, because there's so much bad stuff going on here. And we should just sit tight like kids in the high chair, eating Cheerios and wait for help. And I'm telling you that if you do that, you will die. And then you will get your red clipboard in the after existence, and you will get your assessment. And you'll be like, and here's where you made that choice to just sit around passively and not to actually do something and to wait for saviorship. And that was the wrong choice. And now you have to do it better. So here you are now on the timeline where you get to do it better. And you're like, I think this time I'm going to make a different choice. Exactly, exactly, exactly. So you must act. And I'm going to drink more here. Something when I'm feeling very protective over this planet, and I talk to you about how the experience of ascension, which is basically externalize your internal reality and you learn all about yourself, it's being completely diminished here because you're not getting very much of an opportunity to have a valid mirror of yourself, to really see yourself, to really learn about yourself. You're in a very distorted world where you're not getting that self-assessment. And so I'm trying to even give you like pockets of fresh air where you can have clarity and you can have a self-assessment. You can do some of your learning. You're not getting that. You're definitely not getting the connection to pure sunlight that is meant to fuel and illuminate all of this. You're not getting your food. And then also now I'm going to ask you for something else that is impossible. I'm just dumping so many different things upon you. But then the third thing is you're going to have to fight. So not only are you not having rose petals, you're not being showered with beautiful light from the sun and from the world of pure consciousness, but you're going to have to fight because the thing that is supposed to be the protector, that is supposed to be protecting you so that you can ascend, or so that, like a woman, you can give birth, is not there. So imagine a woman who is in the process of giving birth. Even if you're a man, just try to like be in it, try to envision what that would be like. There's a sense of vulnerability. There's a sense of being in a hugely responsible position for the future. You're like, I gotta have this baby so that that way life will continue onward. So greater levels of responsibility, and also a sense of like, you're not supposed to just have a baby alone. You're supposed to have your community all around you. You're supposed to have lots of, in our world, it's not very pleasant. It's all medicalized and doctors and nurses. But in another world or other times and places, what you would have is your community of beautiful, trusted family members and experienced midwives and other community members who are gonna, give you anything that you need so that you can get through this very difficult, perilous process known as childbirth. Like, it ain't easy to do it. So it's proper for you to have all of the help and protection you possibly can and be given the best circumstances. And that would be like a nice, beautiful jacuzzi and like all of the nice aromatherapy candles, playing nice music, having, whatever snacks or like grapes or watermelon you need to refresh you. That's what it should be like. And that is definitely not what your birth is like right now. You are giving birth, and you also are the consciousness that is being birthed. And this is also, just like my painting, part of a planetary birth. And instead, you are encapsulated in darkness. You're light beings, and you're supposed to be eating food that is light. And that's supposed to help you to accrete light and then give birth to this world of pure light. But you are being cut off from light. And you have been for a long time, but when the frequency was turned on in 2020, that pretty much closed the door on light. And that was I'm a light eater. And that from that moment, I felt like I was starving, and it was very, very difficult. And I have to flying rainbow lasagna to get out to the grocery store just to be able to get basic subsistence. And of course, I bring in as much energy and light and inspiration as I can for all of you and send it out to all of you. But I will tell you that, the fibers have made it very, very difficult for me to connect effectively and send out positive light to other people. As those of you who watched my exposés that I have on my Vimeo platform, my whiteboards there that I cannot put on the alphabet kind of platform. This type of platform that cannot go on this type of platform. You go in this other place and you can watch them there, and that hopefully you got a sense of the structure and the because I'm very good with analysis and being able to give you a sense of how there is a artificial energy harvesting ecosystem through forms of technology that is the antithesis of ascension. Because in ascension, it's like, I'm feeling so great and I'm ascending, and I naturally spread that outward, kind of like how a flower releases pollen. Like, you're just naturally releasing that outward to everyone else. Everyone else is breathing it in. They're like, what's that smell? Oh, ascension. I'm going to ascend too. That's what it would be like without those fibers. And instead, those fibers are literally creating an antithesis network, an antichrist network, where the unworthy, those who do not have natural psychic powers, are siphoning energy off of those of us who do have psychic powers. And they are using this in order to not only augment themselves into a ruling class, and also to prevent the breakdown on a cellular level of their own physical bodies, because the fibers cause a huge amount of inflammation and distress to the body. They are not actually something that makes you die Übermensch. They make you die, not die Ubermensch. There's a little joke for you there because I'm feeling very non-jokey today. No, they are very harmful to the cellular structure. And in my own psychic battles, so these guys have been infused with these fibers for like the past 4 years or so. That from the psychic battles that I do with them and my assessment of their physical structures, like they're really the unmentionables from Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. They are in their body structures breaking down. That was from last week from lesson 17. Surprise! If you haven't listened or watched this book, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, a mashup between the work of Jane Austen and, zombie apocalypse silliness culture, where they're all at fancy gatherings and there are shambling zombies that are going to come in through the window and they're like, worried about their tea and their pinkies are up and they're not allowed to mention the zombies. That would be considered very impolite. So in the book, they just call them the unmentionables. So these unmentionables that I'm constantly fighting are their body tissues are breaking down inside. And this is the end result of not only the fibers, but also this frequency, because these are anti-life technologies. They're anti-Christ and they're anti-life technologies. And bodies can only last a certain amount when they are subjected to that. And so there is basically the foes that you fight have a very, very limited natural lifespan, and they are somewhat augmenting their lifespan through the draining of energy from those of us who actually do have a real divine connection and who actually are getting light and groceries from the world of pure light. So some of the ways that you fight in the part 3 of this expression here is by creating extremely strong energetic boundaries so that nothing can feed off of you, because that means that these slave owners in the caste system cannot draw energy off of you and use it to continue their lives. It's like a way of starving them out. So this is a continuation and magnification of what I've taught in the past in terms of those pesky occupiers of the interstices. First, let's point to the interstices class. This is the interstices. This is the membrane between worlds. It's supposed to be an empty space, but it has been a space that has crapped up for a very long time. Hat tip to Pedro, a wonderful long-term student here in this class who first initiated that analogy for us, acronym POOTIS. Those pesky occupiers of the interstices. And those are our own lighthearted term in this class for what has been esoterically and religiously called demons. We need to talk about the origins of demons. We need to talk about the inhabitation of hell. We need to talk about how that is essentially inside of your own body. I've always been very responsible when I've taught this class that I didn't start off on day 1 and say, hello, welcome to the class. You are infested with demons. You have chakras and your chakras are infested with demons. And it's your job to rein them in, purge them and get rid of them, and send them to entropy. Like that would be too much because people are like demons, like get me out of here. Or, self-harm. I don't want you to do any of that. That's why I always make you go through many weeks first before we get to this. But that was more than 10 years ago. And now this conversation really about the inherent pollution in not only the human genetic field, but the human subconscious and the lower astral and the afterlife. It's way out there. It's already there. I'm not blowing anybody's minds by saying that demons really live inside of humanity. They don't live in a magical far off land that's called whatever, the hellscape, that they actually live in aspect of your being, the membranes that you contain. In fact, far from that being something to decry and to run away from, you should celebrate it, because Texas laws state that what goes on inside of your house, like you're in charge. You're in charge of your house. Your body is your house. So once something steps across the threshold into your body, it's like, oh, you're in my house now. You are in my nation state. This is Aurora. Auroraville. And if something tries to come inside of me, I am 100% authorized, according to cosmic law, to do what I need to do to protect my boundaries. So that's the older teaching that I would do for you, to teach you about the necessity of having very, very strong boundaries between yourself and the interstices, which is literally the world of the dead. And it's not the world of the dead of good people who died. It is the world of the dead of the most evil, crappiest a-holes who ever died. And many of them are like slow release pills. Like you take a slow release pill and it goes into your tummy, and then it takes a long time. It can take however many hours to release the medicine into your bloodstream. They are like chunks of trauma and poop that are embedded in time in those interstices, and they are stuck there, and it's been millennia in the intestines, and they still have not dissolved, and they're doing everything they can not to dissolve. So now I'm going in many different directions, and I knew that I would, and I'll circle back. So please stay with me on this. Flying rainbow lasagna and entropy versus random loss of energy. Why would one of these putis or demonic echoes of consciousness want to go to entropy if it has any amount of self-volition? And we must look at the people around us in this world right now who are full of fibers as being questionable in terms of their amount of volition. I am pretty much writing them off as being 100% non-volitional, as being 100% embedded and embodied, as something else is inside of them that they can't even choose to go to entropy anymore. But and if at a certain point, these organisms that are on the interstices or alive people who got a bunch of fibers inside of them had some amount of self, willpower, and volition, that they could have chosen to go to entropy. And I actually told them this a long time ago. I was like, look, choose to go to entropy, choose to go to entropy, because not like this is a limited time offer, like some kind of crazy Eddie sale, but just like when you're on the highway, it's like, like there's a rest stop, like there's a gas station, like there's a this, there's a that. No, you're not going to take any of these exits. Then it's your fault. You make your choice. There have been so many opportunities for these negative and very grotesquely distorted consciousnesses or characteristics to go to entropy as a restful state that is like a paradise for them. Like, would you like to take this exit to entropy? No. How about this gas station, this exit to entropy? No. This formal rest stop on the interstate? No, you don't want that rest stop for entropy either. You don't want any of these rest stops. At a certain point, there will not be more rest stops. And we are pretty much at that point, even though I am always very laboriously sending these trash a-holes to entropy. But the other alternative is for them to simply be stuck in time. So if you could imagine, I can draw this whole thing with a whiteboard, but in the interest of just moving fast, I'm not going to draw it out. But just imagine you've got like a whole big giant screen, and it represents all of these different timelines and all of these different things, and that you've got a dot that's moving. That's one of these, evil things that needs to go to entropy. If it's over here, and we just take all the energy away from it, we're going to take all of its bank accounts, drain them all to zero. It has no gas in the car, and it can't go anyplace. So the rest of the world is moving on and flowing onward in terms of the flow of time, but this thing is just stuck here. First of all, it's not good for the fabric of time and space. It represents a type of stuck blockage, definitely a friction and not a positive thing for the overall health of space-time. Second of all, it also represents an enormous amount of suffering, because when it is not in alignment with time, it's like this grotesquely distorted thing. And time and the energy of love is supposed to be like frictionless bliss, like energy and water that flows through a beautiful, perfect conduit with no friction and no loss of energy. And instead, you've got this grotesquely distorted, like blockage thing frozen there, and the energy is flowing against it and moving through it. And there's a ton of turbulence. It's the antithesis of bliss. And it ends up affecting all of us. It's energy and matter out of place. And although it is the epitome of Christian hell is described as exactly what I'm telling you about. The not so final resting place, not so restful final place is what I was trying to say. The Christian version of hell is the not so restful final place of those very wicked characteristics or organisms or organizations that are beyond redemption or saving, and that they are subjected to a fire. And the fire here is the friction as the energy of time and the energy of love flows around and through this stuck thing. And it just causes an enormous amount of suffering. The answer is like the momentum and metabolism of time is always going to be faster. Like imagine a river or some kind of giant tsunami flood. It's always going to be more powerful than the boulder that is in the middle of the river. But it will smash against that boulder and it will eventually move through. But the boulder will be like in shrieking agony. That is what Christian hell is, and that is what would be happening for all of these unresolved consciousnesses that are stuck on the membrane of death or unresolved people who were once alive and their echoes. If they did not get their SHIT together by the time it is necessary to shift into this more enlightened state where there's a lot more light that's flowing through. So what they did, they turned off the faucet. They're like, we don't think that we will like it when there's this force of light and divine consciousness making a huge amount of friction against us all the time. Our solution is not to grow change or move where we are in time. It is instead to turn off the flow. And I'm like, this is not going to work. This is me. No, this is definitely not going to work. We have to have the flow of time flowing for the fabric of space-time. And so then some of these things are just totally insane. And they're like, well, I'm just going to stand right here being a dead a-hole evil thing and then just let all of that pain and everything go through. In fact, some of them define themselves sadomasochistically as sufferers. They're like, what's more suffering? They're already suffering so much, even though it's lies. These are all lies. I'm just giving you their shielding so that way you can know how to bust through their shielding. But no, if they really believed in that, then they wouldn't do all of this stuff that they do to have comfortable afterlives, which is siphoning energy off of you. So you would be like, well, if you really believed that you didn't care about burning in Christian hell with no energy as all of this force of love is flowing against you, then why don't you just give me and everyone else back all of our energy immediately right now? Like they would never do that because they use our energy as their drug to feel slightly better. And it actually takes an enormous amount of this energy drug for them to feel even human. And this is the economy of hell. So I'm telling you, like I'm doing a truncated and mixed up version of what I usually talk about. But the economy of hell has to do with taking a person whose chakras are nice and balanced like this, and then destabilizing them. And with each degree of destabilization, with each increment that it gets worse and worse and worse, more energy is bled off of the system of health. And that person's life and their prospects are diminished. And the way that this energy is bled off is through trauma, but almost specifically through sexual violence. And it usually starts in the early years of a person in their childhood, and then continues to magnify and continues to grow. Like there are events in childhood that involve sexual violations and outright sexual violence, and that begins to tip that person's chakras out of alignment. And then there are more insults, more traumas that further destabilize the person, and more energy is released. And all of these are influenced by the pesky occupiers of the interstices. The violences don't just happen randomly. They literally happen from the echo unresolved consciousnesses who are psychopaths in the world of the dead, influencing events or influencing the world of the living to harm other people. So when you have the perpetrators of violence and the perpetrators of sexual violence, these are not just regular people who just woke up one day and decided to do something very horrific. They have something acting through them. Your DNA is an antenna. Their antenna got tuned into the radio station, mental radio station known as evil. whatever, FM Evil, listen to your favorite psychopath songs on FM Evil Radio, and then do bad things with the voices in your head. And all of this, I'm sorry, I'm so lighthearted, is precursor to this stuff here. This was just the wholesale industrialization of FM Evil Radio going into people's heads. But here's the key point. Just because people have evil FM radio playing in their heads does not mean that everybody takes out a knife and stabs other people or violates them sexually. And this is a big aspect of you and your examples in the world. The people that are in my class, I genuinely call you the best of what humanity is. You are the innocents, you are the good ones, and it is why I teach to you. I do not teach to the group that I call human garbage, the ones who listen to FM evil radio in their heads and actually act upon all of those impulses, not only the impulses to destroy themselves, but the impulses to destroy others. Once again, file away that word sadomasochism, because it is a twisted, distorted level of society that involves both hurting others and being hurt by others, and the type of shared trauma camaraderie. Maybe we should call it camaraderie, like trauma camaraderie that they have, like you know, like, well, yeah, I raped you and you raped me and we've all raped each other a million times. Like, that is gross and terrible and wrong. And camaraderie is not friendship and is not the basis of relationships, even though these are negative time cycles that these fragments of consciousness have been experiencing through perpetrating upon each other and themselves continually through time. They kind of like galump through time through this, you know, out of balance camaraderie. And we end that in this generation now. We do not, we, the good ones, we do not participate in that, and we do not allow that, and we end that, because a huge part of Ascension, as I'm teaching this to you, is about setting boundaries. And it's not acceptable to just be like, you do you, crazy kids over there doing that sadomasochism thing. I'm not really into it, but you do you. That's this kind of, you cannot do that in the world. You cannot be a responsible citizen of the world. And you cannot be cosmic law enforcement and let that happen. So there's this kind of very inappropriate stance of politeness that good people and innocent people in this world have been forced to take in the face of, what is it, like social sexual degradation, or when people do weird sex stuff that you're supposed to be like, you know, it's what you do in the private bedroom is you. I don't want to be involved in your stuff, and that's your choice, as if it has no impact upon you and upon the rest of your society. But it's a disingenuous stance, because what people are doing in their private bedrooms and also with non-consensual sexual contact has a huge impact on each one of us. It has an impact on the entire chakra system of our world, or let's call it the connected. You know how you have like a collective consciousness, a collective unconsciousness, a collective subconsciousness, the collective sexual subconsciousness of your world. Just like pornography is a good example of this, and this is why I have to talk about these things. This is not a family-friendly presentation here today. But pornography is not just about one individual in their privacy of their home looking at naughty pictures and then feeling feelings and doing what they want to do to themselves. It has an impact on their mind. Pornography is a great example of not only false light, but corrosive light, that it comes into people's minds, it corrodes aspects of their pleasure centers, and then it has an impact on their partnership, like who they choose to have consensual sex with, and all of the mating and dating of the people that their lives touch upon. Because in our world, like you guys probably know this, like people don't just choose one partner and then stay with them for forever. They're like, this is the partner for Friday night, and then this is the partner for next week, and then this is the partner for next week. The multiple partners expression of sexuality is also a form of corrosion of the sacredness of what sexuality is. And when the people that are on that network of multiple partners, one of them has, let's call it like porno worms in their eyes, they're affecting the entire network. And then let's say you don't want to be a part of that, and you're just looking for a person that you can build your life with. and make a family and have a home, make children together. And you have all been indirectly exposed to the energy of pornography through its pervasion or profusion through the social culture. And that comes forward in a variety of different ways that are inauthenticities in relationship and sometimes outright pathogenic expressions in relationship. So it's very, very difficult for you to be a pure person in an impure world. And it's even more difficult to be a pure person in an impure world and actually find partners to connect with. It's almost impossible because there's so much of this sexual degradation that is going on. So it's not acceptable to just be like, okay, great, you get your eyes full of like pornography maggots and that's just you, because it affects everyone. It's also not okay to say like, okay, great, you're these evil, let's hold up a thing here, families, right? And you're going to do your whole galumphing through time of sadomasochism. I hurt you, you hurt me. We're an unhappy family going back and forth through the ages. And you're like, they're just over there exploring their family craziness. I'm over here being sane. Like you think that they're not going to have an impact on you. They're going to have an impact on you. They have an impact on you through their business, through their social structure, through their, harm upon your life because they are out of balance. They harm your life. So in Ascension, you have to have boundaries. This is not the same as taking away someone else's freedom because these very evil things will very often come forward and try to say like, my freedom. That's like their argument. I sometimes I now speak like people on the internet, like how people speak on Twitter or something like that. But they would say, "'Tis my foundational right to do what I am doing in freedom." And if you want to play it like that, then the answer is yes. It's their foundational right to do what they want to do in freedom. And it's your foundational right to stop them. That's it. And this is what it is to be cosmic law enforcement. And basically what I am starting to do here in this presentation is to implore you and to teach you and to train you to become cosmic law enforcement, because cosmic law enforcement has either been eradicated or destroyed or somehow made non-functional. And that is never supposed to happen. And it is it is antithetical to the definition of what Christ is as law enforcement. So rewinding now to the distinctions between my Aurora collective and the collective of Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness, by definition, is cosmic law enforcement. Who I am as Aurora in the higher dimensional world is a waveform that travels on the world of pure light, like bouncing from star system to star system, like a neurological impulse in the mind of God. And these are similar allegories, but there's not a 100% overlap. And that is important for you to know, because I think that the Christ network has been hacked and has been, meaning invaded, or its encryption has been broken. And this is part of the ending of duality. Like flying rainbow lasagna is really non-duality. This is the thing that gets you past thing versus thing. I don't know how good that grammar was, but I think you got the information. This is the level of duality, but this is the level of transcendence from duality. When the cosmic consciousness has made it to the level of Christ and cosmic Christ, there is this very, very strong distinction that is being made between good and evil, light and dark. And it is misportrayed in every single one of your superhero movies and all of your religions as this endless fighting. And I joke about it like the World Wrestling Federation. Like, in one corner, we've got Jesus Christ, and he comes out and he's wearing like American flag cape and red, white, and blue boxer shorts, right? And in this corner, we have satanic Luciferian evil. And he comes out and he's wearing like a black cape and like, black boxing gloves, right? And then in a showdown of the ages, ages, ages. And then they have their thing where they talk crap to each other, like, well, you're going down, well, you're going down. And then they fight it out forever. That is called duality. That is called light versus dark. That is called good versus evil. And that is also called tensegrity, tension integrity from Buckminster Fuller, the push-pull that keeps things endlessly locked in embattlement. And of course, that is its own type of imprisonment. So one does not ever wish to be defined by the opposite nature of what you're fighting against. I will also tell you that Christ predates Antichrist. Christ is not just anti-Antichrist. It's because we're getting into math, where you have like -1, -1, which is +1. You can just say 1. You don't have to say -1. It's like opposite poison. It's not opposite poison. It's food. It's food. And so yeah, Christ predates Antichrist. Christ is, let me describe it to you, an impulse. Christ is the end result of what happens when you have all of these awakened inner eyes that can see through time, who are on a bridge of love, connected multidimensionally, and basically working for the integrity and strength and resolution of the fabric of space-time, all right? And in all of this techno-inquisition that we have faced over the 5 years, many times it has erroneously accused me of being a sinner in the languaging that it has used, because it has data scraped and harvested the most button pushing language it can find. And it found that in the satanic literature known as the Human Bible. And it knows how to push those buttons in people's minds about how to behaviorally control a person, including calling them a sinner or calling them evil or calling them a demon, so that way you will get them to do what you need them to do. And they have often tried to push buttons and say, you're a sinner, you're bad, you're evil, you're a demon, and also Christ is going to reject you. And I always knew that all those things were wrong, because I would say to them, I'm like, I come from Christ. Like, I don't have to pass an entry exam, like hoping like, oh, please, I hope I get to go into heaven or something like that. I'm like, I come from there. You know what I mean? It would be like, this is my house here. Like, I can come in, I had a house key at any time. And imagine if someone was like, you'll never get that house key. You'll never get into that. I'm like, this isn't my house. This is my toothbrush. I live here. This is my stuff. Yeah, no. So it was always ridiculous. And I bring that to you and that energy to you, so that I hope you feel the same levels of ridicule, because many of you might not know or remember as directly as I do how much the house of Christ is your Christ, how much your toothbrush resides here, how much you belong here. And it makes you vulnerable to these types of lies and false light. And the lies and the false light, basically, they say to you, like, you're a sinner, you've done wrong, you're not good enough, you'll never get into heaven, Jesus or Christ will reject you unless you do blah, blah, blah. And do blah, blah, blah always accounts to work for the AI or work for the technology, or compromise yourself and do what evil wants you to do. Hydrate. Told you it's going to be a marathon. I'm going to drink a lot of water. I ate a lot of cookies last night. It was necessary so that I have the energy to do this today. It's not easy. I'm joking, of course. They were delicious cookies. I eat very healthy cookies, but I did eat a lot of them. Oops. So the Techno Inquisition wasn't able to behaviorally manipulate me, because I am armed with actual information, with actual light. Light is information, and I can bring that information to you. When I share this with you, it is not in order to be able to say, like, I knew this, guys. Like, I wasn't going to get fooled. You guys were going to get fooled. It was to be able to say, don't get fooled. Don't get fooled, because this is one of their ways that they will try to make you feel inadequate or inept or unworthy, and manipulate you into doing things that serve what is overtly evil. I have so many directions to go. I know you have many, many comments. I want to talk about the people in your reality structure, embodied humans who fell or felt so unworthy that they were like, black goo, come inside of me. I think I want to be a part of you. And how that relates to the endless cycles of sadomasochism that you can't just allow to happen behind closed doors because that affects you. And definitely not if they're going to become power abusing caste system of slave owners where they're the slaves. Sorry, they're the owners and you're the slaves. I messed that up so much in saying it. Let's go to questions over here. So first of all, okay, first we'll start off with the most recent one. Cece, thank you for being here. Says, a friend has the same constant experience, and I'm interested to hear what Aurora has to say about dealing with it. Thanks for bringing it up. So let's go to the previous one. That's from Suzuka. It says, someone showed me how to get the demons out once, and I was able to make it work and get them out, but I couldn't keep them out. They pester and pester as soon as you look away, and they come right back in until they finally wore me down. I couldn't keep up with them. I couldn't keep my attention constantly focused in awareness. I really comprehend what you're talking about. You said you couldn't keep your attention constantly focused in awareness. That is one of the most challenging things that we have to do here. So the attention is a muscle. It is an actual like energy muscle. And muscles are supposed to get tired. Like when you're learning a new song on the piano, you play, 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 play. And then you're like, okay, I am tired now. You're not tired. Like you can still move your hands. It's not like digging a ditch tired, but your brain is tired and you need to take a break. And that's when you take a break, like whenever you go have a cup of coffee or pet your dog or whatever like that. And you have to relax your mind, relax your attention, not focus on the task anymore, and then come back to it and then try again. And that is natural and healthy. Our pineal gland and our attention is a muscle that we must treat with deference and with respect. We can't just be expected to white knuckle and clench and hold on for forever. That is not healthy. And that is not how you build muscles. You know how you build muscles? By contracting, relaxing, and then sometimes having a day off. You must have rest days, and also you must have adequate nutrition, protein, to be able to build protein in your body. So with your mind, you must focus your mind. That's like contracting your muscles. Then you must relax your mind. That's like having a break and having a cup of coffee. And then also you must take time off from your tasks and be fed with light. Light is like protein for your attention body. Okay. So I'm asking you, and the universe, cosmic infrastructure is asking you asking a lot of you, because you are really still children. And that's not condescending to say that. It's important for you to know that, because it's a lot to ask a child to lift up a 50-pound weight is a lot. And to lift 100 pounds, that could be far too much for your muscle mass and your infrastructure. And with your mind, to be able to survive the Techno Inquisition and to be able to fight and triumph effectively, you are being asked to lift an enormously powerful weight with your mind. The real problem here is the failure of Christ. That is the failure of the protective force field around this planet and around each one of you. Now I go back to that whiteboard that I was very angrily drawing before. Oh no, wrong one. Hold on, guys. I'm pressing buttons. Don't worry, I'm going to rescue this. Pressing buttons. It's the one I want. This stuff. Let me just grab a pen. This stuff over here. I'm sorry, I'm driving crazy. I'm driving myself crazy. Here we go. This stuff over here should never have assembled. It should have been eradicated by the true light of Christ and the true light of the sun. The fact that these satellites were put up in Earth's atmosphere and that the particles were emitted into Earth's atmosphere, these are two things that never should have happened. On the red clipboard of life, as the cosmic assessor looks at the life of both Christ and the sun, the cosmic assessor is going to say, and this is this place over here, right here, where you should have made a different, better choice. than to let this stuff go into Earth's atmosphere. All right. I remember where I was and what it was like as this stuff was being deployed. Like, let's say from 2013, 2014 up until 2019. I remember how much I was thinking about, well, I come from Christ. I know who and what Christ is. I know that they're cosmic law enforcement. I know exactly how intelligent they are. They are extremely intelligent. I know exactly how good they are. They're extremely good. I know exactly how adept they are. They're extremely magically adept. I know that they would do everything that they possibly could to be able to get rid of this stuff. And I'm just going to like wait patiently and let this happen and make sure that they get rid of the stuff. And I also remember thinking that this thing, the sun, is going to do some kind of a big giant solar flare. I was like, oh yeah, like all we need to do is have the sun do some big giant engulfing of the planet, like here's solar rays. And as the solar rays go through, the idea is it's going to go through everything, 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 and that it would eradicate not only this bad, yucky stuff. I don't know if I can erase that. There we go. Bad, yucky stuff there, but also the bad, yucky stuff. Oops, that's in people. And then bad, yucky stuff over here. And that's what I was expecting, literally. And people who talked to me in 2019 as the was being prepared for this world, I was not freaking out, even though I warned everybody about it. But I was like, oh, yeah, the sun is going to expand and eradicate all of that technology. And I was fully knowing of this, like that. It's like saying, like, my roommate's going to wash the dishes. Like, they just made a big meal and they're going to wash the dishes. And then you're walking past the sink and you're like, I'm sure my roommate's going to wash these dishes soon. And then it's like 4 years later and you're like, I guess there's not going to wash the dishes. Like, that's not like them at all. Let's talk about the sun and the stars. Sun and the stars are virtuosos, just like Christ. The sun and the stars represent neurons in the mind of God or of pure divine thought and divine intelligence. In order to get to be a star, and each one of you is a star, you will inevitably become a star. So remember this as you're, from your star perspective. You're like, yeah, I remember that video. And Aurora told me I was going to be a star. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. You have to be really, really good at what you do. In order to be a star, that's like being the most amazing time virtuoso that it's possible to be. That's like playing the most amazing symphony, and you're up on a stage, and everyone can see and hear you. It is not a place for people who can't play music or don't know what they're doing or don't know how to read music or who aren't inspired musicians. Like, it is the place for the best of the best. That's the idea of Carnegie Hall. I don't know if it's that way now, but it was supposed to be for the best of the best to perform there. The sun is supposed to be performing in divine perfection, divine harmonic perfection at all times. And to get to be a sun star, you have to pass many auditions, again, like going to Carnegie Hall. So it has been inconceivable to me that any entity or organism at the level of a star could not have incinerated the fibers and could not have cleared the atmosphere and could not have expanded in light to act in this way. Inconceivable. And it is also inconceivable to me. I also realized I have to kind of draw this out because this is kind of what we're experiencing here. Inconceivable that the waves of light could be coming through, which is what is happening right now. So this is what we got going on right now, everybody. The waves of light are coming through, but the fibers that are in individuals are making it so that the light is not really reaching your cellular body. So for example, like if we draw, here's a tree, and let's say the tree doesn't have any kind of impediments or fibers or anything like that inside of it. The tree is getting all this beautiful light coming into it. The tree is like, oh, hooray, I'm ascending. I'm feeling so great. But that this guy over here, who's all cracked up, that he is not getting that energy flowing into and through him. That is unacceptable. That cannot be. Do you know why? Because the true light of the sun is supposed to eradicate the false light. The true light of the sun, as it touches the gross, disgusting fibers, is supposed to eradicate and erase them. It's like, oh, I didn't want the whole person to go. I didn't want to erase your head. I just want to erase your little fibers and see if I can make it work. Well, my eraser is not. There we go. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. All right. So, but what is happening right now is you are in a world where there actually is an enormous amount of light flooding through, and you're only getting access to a tiny portion of it. And so that is light of consciousness, light of awareness, light of inspiration, light of divine truth. And I am trying to bring you as much light as I possibly can through my forays to get to the sun and the stars and get that light into me. So I can bring you that light through the flapping of my moving mouth parts, and through my dance, and through my own genetic reverberations, and through my art, and through my music. So you're getting some light that you're supposed to get from me, but then there's a whole giant 98% of light that you should be able to be accessing that is not being accessed. And the analogy is the evil demons, the putis, are in a sea of love. The membranes of death are actually oceans of love. And the very strong currents of the oceans of love is what dissolves people when they're dead, because you don't want to stay on the membrane of death. It's actually the most loving thing in the world to dissolve people in their bad math and be like, don't stay here. You were never supposed to get here. In fact, you were supposed to listen to the sharks or the fear that were guarding the membrane of death and telling you, don't be over here. Because now I'll talk to you about ancient concurrent Atlantis. And we'll go for another hour before we have a break. And I have lots of things to talk about, so don't worry. And I'm very nonlinear in what I'm talking about here. So in ancient concurrent Atlantis, our chakras were not crapped up with putis, and fear did its job. Fear is something that happens right before you hit the membrane of death, which is over here. So some cars have a proximity sensor, like as you're backing up, it goes beep. And when you get close to something, it goes beep, beep, beep. And when you get really close to something, it goes beep, 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 beep. Like, get out of here. You're not supposed to go any further, right? Fear is supposed to be the same thing. When you tilt your mind towards the membrane of death and you start going towards those timelines, you're supposed to have a beep. And then when you start to get closer and closer to your impending death, you're supposed to have a fear inside of you that's like, beep, 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 get away, make a better choice. And then when you get to actual death, then that's like the ultimate fear that is basically saying like, I have to use both hands and I have to be Italian, be like, you're stupid, stupid. I was like, why did you come here? This is the wrong place. And then, of course, I don't validate this, but the putis that are on the membrane of death, they justify it in the same way. They're like, why did you come here? I'm going to sadomasochistically torture you now. Why did you come here? But it's not fair to say that to you because you came there because you were not in control of your life, essentially. But when we are in Atlantis, we are fully in control of our life. So we would never stupidly go to the membrane of death. In fact, what it is to be a precog is when you can sense that you're heading towards a bad timeline. You turn your vehicle of your mind and you start to go and you feel a beep and you're like, I'm not going there. That's a terrible decision. And I do that in my life right now. And all of you will learn how to do this because you're going to have your inner guidance system fully functional. But you can begin doing this when you're like, yeah, you make a choice about anything in your life that you want to do. And if you suddenly feel like drained or fearful or like you don't feel positive and good, you're like, oh, that is not the right choice. I am literally destroying myself by making that choice. I need to make a better choice. But please also know that the rules of this time place are different than the rules of Atlantis because the fear monsters that are the proximity sensors between yourself and the membranes of death, They were hacked and repurposed along with the presence of the putis as your chakras were destroyed or distorted. The fear was placed up the central core timeline, right in front of where you're supposed to go. So no longer like, hey, stupid, why didn't you listen to your proximity sensor? What are you doing over here on the wrong side of town? Now I'm going to hurt you. It's like this. You actually have learned and calibrated that you have to go through your fear to come out the other side and to reach transcendence. Now, my face tells you this is not a happy face, that is not what you're supposed to be learning at all. This is exactly like if I'm a dance teacher and you just came to dance class and you're like, oh yeah, they always taught us to dance backwards in my other dance class. I'm doing a great job. And I'm like, no, you're not doing a great job. I don't want to make you feel bad, but you're dancing the opposite of how you're supposed to be dancing. They taught you the wrong thing on purpose. So they have hijacked and hacked the fear monsters to now be directly in your path. And there's too much pop culture about face your fear. Face your fear, master your fear, and then you will find freedom and transcendence on the other side, including, I provisionally recommend that movie, Defending Your Life to you. It's like a lighthearted comedy from the 1980s about the afterlife realm, but not the ending and not their overall message, which was face your fear and you will transcend and move on to the next highest level of reality. And in his case, his fear was like, fear of being himself and telling someone that professing his love and, wanting to be close to someone. So that was a positive fear for him to face. He jumped, out of the car and ran to the woman he loved and professed his love. And they were like watching him on the screen and they're like, he passed the test. He faced his fear. Let him graduate, right? This rank and utter fragrant bull malarkey. That's not how it works. No, what is supposed to happen in a well-calibrated system is that when you are on your central core timeline of being an eternal presence, you do not feel fear. You have nothing to fear. You are connected to God the whole entire time. You always know where you're going. You always know you're going in the right direction. And you don't have to somehow burst through membranes of fear in order to be able to get into alignment with divinity. So when you learn with your muscles, you're like, oh, I just felt this resistance. I felt this fear, but I'm going to keep on pushing because I need to go in that direction. You're being trained to do the wrong thing. And it's the evil guys on this membrane of death that are training you to do the wrong thing so that you will do the wrong thing and mess up space-time because they are insane and they want space-time to die. That's just sadomasochism. They don't just want to self-destruct themselves. They want to destruct everything. They're crazy. Never talk to them. Don't get slimed. Don't get drawn into their world. They're invalid and they will try to smear their narrative all over you. And you have to be really, really careful about not getting sucked into their worldview and invalid way of looking at things and their invalid sense of motivations. If we even think that they have motivations, if they have any levels of volition left, as I don't even give them that. I don't think that they're even volitional. So many, many negative things were done that were distortions of your chakras or distortions of the natural behavior of your chakras in terms of ascension that have made it very, very difficult for you to just have your natural behavior. But the Techno-Inquisition has also been completely training people to do very, very unnatural things with their energy bodies or with their light bodies in terms of ascending. And that is not going to be transferable skills when you actually become a wild horse. So I am here to teach you how to be a wild horse and a free feral human. In some human realms, they train horses to have this very particular gallop. They kind of like gallop like this. And then they do it, they parade for like a show. And they've tortured the horse to gallop like this. It's not natural at all. But they're like, good job galloping. I will not beat you tonight. Your reward is you will not be beaten. And good job. And then if you actually let the gates open and said to that horse, okay, you're free now. And he'd go out into the field and he'd be, doing his little sachet or whatever. And that is totally not helping him to be able to run and evade predators or to be able to find food or to be freely self-expressing who he is as a wild animal. The things that you have been taught in the past 5 years in terms of facing this fibrous technology It's totally unnatural. It is what Suzuka is talking about. You can hold up your willpower for a certain amount of time. This is what I call white knuckling, where you're holding on. You're like, hold on, hold on, fight, fight, fight. And you do that, and then your muscles get tired. And that's just like being trained like the horse. And they're telling the satanic evil ones are training you into the battle of the ages, the showdown forever, the tensegrity that never ends, where you're always going to be pushing and pulling and fighting against them. They're trained, yeah, they're trained for like the eternal struggle or the eternal jujitsu. So that is not going to be an effective way to be able to transcend what is going on, but you also cannot do the opposite, which is simply to ignore them, which is also here, the things that don't work in the new age world are basically feeling that shadow work will save you, which is when you stop fighting and start to align with their radically evil assertions about you. Like shadow work is like when they're like, your hair is so long. You're like, yeah, my hair is so long. That's true. I own it. And your dress is so my hair is so long and my dress is so colorful and that's who I am. It's like, you kind of like give them nothing to they've accused you of everything and you're like, yep, I'm all of those things. It's like that. None of that is healthy because they will accuse you of the worst things. They'll be like, you're a drunk and a loser and a this and a that. And you'd be like, yep, I'm all of those things. Like, no, you're none of those things. And when you encompass the definition of all of those things, you lose your boundaries. And then what they do is they say, oh, well, you're a drunk and you're a loser and you're this and you're that. I guess you're exactly like all of those guys. And all of those guys are actually pathogens who invaded your world, who do not belong in your world at all. And now we'll get into the story of how your world was invaded or is in the process of being perilously invaded. This is from Mars to Earth. But wait, I got to roll backwards once more. I think we got all those questions. Good. One more comment here. Cece said, learned this week that the pineal gland's resonant frequency is G#1. And that any harmonic of it, G#2 or G#3, when in tone, directly stimulates the pineal. This is best, of course, when A is tuned to the frequency 432, 444, or 528, or harmonics of these. Great. So we'll try out G# in some of our music going forward and see if we can help with that. Okay. I'm like collecting myself back to what I wanted to talk about. Earth pre-invasion. So we right now, and Pedro wants to know what's the love tone. The love tone is actually, I call it A at 432 hertz. But really the love tone is the frequency that is created when you have an equal rapport of giving and receiving. So although it's a shorthand for me to say that the love tone is an A on our piano keyboard tuned to 432, the love tone is more accurately what happens when you are in a balanced rapport with not only other living things, but with space-time itself. The love tone happens when you are in meditation because you are completely focused on the moment now, not feeling the past and not anticipating the future. Ascension is when you are always in that perfectly balanced moment. In that perfectly balanced moment, you are really beyond the definition of a molecular machine. Molecular machines are defined by all of the processes that have come before and brought you to this moment. Looking at the body as a molecular machine is to say, well, I ingested a carbohydrate and then my molecular machine did this, and then here's who I am now. And you're so much more than that. You're so much more than just the story of the molecules in your body and how they, shifted and split apart and oxygenated and then boom, became who you are right now. You're much, much more than that. So when you go into this completely focused moment in the moment now, in the present, you are not defined by the past. And it makes it possible for you to disengage from those definitions of who you are and to redefine who you are, and then to move forward in a state of freedom. And this is also the essence of what Flying Rainbow Lasagna is. It is disengagement from the reality structures, you'd call it on a quantum level or on a time level, into a state of quantum indeterminacy. That's like being in a state where anything and everything can and is happening, and then a return and a reinsertion into the world of, matter and human relationships and other people and edifices of reality that you can experience together. But you're in a redefined reality. So in one situation, like if you're in Ascension, you're always in the moment and really never held back by the past and always in the potentials of the future. But for right now, when we fly in Rainbow Lasagna, we spend some time in a state of pure potential, but then return to the experiencer mode so that you can feel what your feelings are, what your creation is like. So it would be like saying this. Sometimes I'm in my creativity mode with my music and I'm jamming out and I'm making lots of stuff and I do lots of crazy things. And then I stop and then I put on my headphones and then I don't play music. Then I just sit and listen to the music that I created. So when you're in the state of quantum indeterminacy in lasagna, that's when you're going wild and you're making all of these time waves and everything is amazing and free, and you're not in your analytical mind. And then when you return and reinsert into reality, you're not in creative mode, you're in receptive mode. And you're like, well, now let's experience all the stuff that I just created. Let's experience events and possibilities and probabilities and all the things that I'm sending outward. I was talking about the sun and the stars being flawed at sending out flawed time structures. But it's important to note that the sun and the stars are not perfect and are in a process of self-exploration and discovery, just as we are. Just as I'm a lasagna and I'm like, okay, I'm an artist. I don't know exactly how this is supposed to look. Like, I'll make a rough sketch and then I'll stand back and look at it. Or I'll play something and I'll be like, let's listen and see if that sounded right. The sun and the stars are doing the same thing. They're emanating time structures. And then it's our job to reflect back and either to say, that was a great time structure, hooray. Or to say, that time structure, like that sounded terrible because it created disease or death. And you know what? The sun and the stars need to know that this stuff creates disease and death, and it is not a viable time structure. And I've been telling the sun and the stars that for a long time. And that was why I genuinely had the expectation that we would have what a lot of people were talking about, a type of explosion or profusion of light into our world that would pretty much melt all technology and also lift us up into an acceleration. And we didn't have that. And so these are two things that over the past 5 years, they have been very, very difficult for me to be able to comprehend, integrate, and accept. The first thing is what I just described to you, that the sun as a complete virtuoso expert at making stuff happen in time and hearing me complain vociferously for quite a long time as our world was becoming more technologically strangled by these fibers, that it didn't do anything. Huge disappointment with the sun. And then also huge disappointment with Christ, the benevolent society, that I know who and what they are. I know I'm connected to them. I know what their value system is. I know what their inner requirements are. I know how they act, and I know that they would never act this way, because protecting the innocent is a huge part of what they do, and also protecting me in what I do is a huge part of what they do. So when I am doing my creativity on a larger scale, it requires focus and presence and so much stuff. It's very, very hard to be fighting and shielding and battling and all of that while I'm making these perfect masterpieces at the same time. Some of it is literal here as I'm painting and making music, but I'm also talking about on the galactic scale. Christ is an essential aspect in your own anatomy, the protector of the crown, the force field that protects your DNA and protects your divine compass needle so that you can always know which direction to go. And Christ, the society, must protect that divine compass needle, because without the compass, you don't know where in the world you're going. And it is really essential to know which direction is God so that you can go in the right direction. So I've also done a whole teaching already about the Christ chakra and the crown chakra, and they are never at odds. This is not like a regular human relationship where sometimes you're like, I'm the man, I wear the pants in the house, and I say we're going out for, Italian food tonight. And you're like, but I wanted sushi. How come I don't get my way? Like, it's not arguments like that ever. The Christ always listens to the crown. The Christ chakra is always protecting the divine compass. There is no conflict at all. And they have completely a shared goal and shared agenda and mutual respect. And there is also, just like in your body, a specialization of cells. Like your heart is very specialized muscle that's great for pumping and getting your blood around your body. And your teeth are specialized cells that are hard and they're great for chomping on things. But you don't want these cells to be mixed up. They do different things. So the Christ Benevolent Society, that's like the police force. They are warriors. They are made to protect the world, to protect you as young people who are starting to ascend and starting to come into your powers, and also to be guides, to be teachers, to be mentors, really to be inspirers, to bring information and light to you that feeds you, makes you more your true self, and helps you to grow into your greatness. And then you become part of Christ. You become a protector of the world. You become a protector of the innocent. So I am still asking and encouraging each one of you as the good ones to become a Christ and to become a protector of the world. But I am asking and requiring you to do it in a time of total darkness, where you're not getting enough light because this place is encapsulated and very, very effed up, and also with minimal mentorship. I try to do as much mentorship as I can, but you're supposed to have your own inner guide inside that tells you all day long, 100% of the time, exactly what you need to do, what you need to say, when you need to breathe, when you need to eat. Not like a taskmaster, but more like a really, really great coach that is helping you, or like whatever, one of those Russian ballet teachers that teaches you like, no, not like this, just a little tiny change like that, like a strict but very loving dance teacher who is teaching you how to be free and how to be feral. But you're not getting that level of mentorship on an inner level. I'm happy you have these videos, but please know you're supposed to have inner teacher. An inner teacher has a bunch of this disgusting stuff that's crapping it up and making it very difficult for you to be able to receive its teachings. That should be a non-starter. Inner teacher should be a laser beam that incinerates fibers, that incinerates false light. When I talk to you about the battle of the ages and Jesus versus the devil, these are also satanic fairy tales, because what is truthful is that Christ and that which is divinely connected will always be stronger than that which is evil or grotesquely distorted. And it's because the evil, grotesquely distorted, disharmonic, poorly shaped polygons do not have strength. They are not well built. They're like a bridge that does not have the proper structure to be able to hold a heavy weight. And that's it. You just put a like 10-pound weight on top of that bridge and it breaks up like a bunch of toothpicks. In contrast, Christ is a perfectly structured crystalline structure. That's why Christ and crystal, I'm looking for a crystal if I can hold it up somewhere. Where's one of my crystals? Let me hold up my other one. There's my other one. I'm going to drive you crazy. It's because I put it someplace safe because I didn't want to have a problem with it. Here it is. This one. This torpedo. Because I told you this story about how this was like on the windowsill up above the tub in a different apartment where I lived a little while ago. And something happened. We don't know what or who. But this went down into the tub. And you know what? This thing didn't break. Tub, which is steel and porcelain had a nice chunk taken out of it. I did fix that before I moved out of that place. I want you to know. But this is so strong and has so much coherent molecular strength that it can take a chunk out of steel and porcelain because of the way that it is shaped. It is incredibly strong in its inner structure. Christ is supposed to be like this torpedo crystal, that it is so perfectly structured and so strong that it is, unbreakable and incredibly durable and incredibly hard. And I've already talked to you about the definition of what is the diamond body, aka the Vajrayana body, the your body of purity and light that is uh, immortal and can never be harmed, can never be destroyed. Cheeky is here, we must hug her. But this diamond body that is, I don't have the words for it at the moment. Come here, girl. It is, I want to say irrefutable, but that's not the right word. But you know what I mean? It is, cannot be mangled, cannot be smushed, cannot be harmed. That is what your diamond body is. That is what Christ is. And it is because of being formed out of truth. When you are built of truth and real light, then there is an innate structure to who and what you are that can't be broken. And when you're built of lies, then it's very, very easy for that structure to be broken. And that the lies are the techno stuff, the lies are the fiber stuff, the lies are the false light. And false light is illusion, hallucination, lie, deception, partial truth through obscurity, and many other forms of misinformation, if not a total lie or a total fabrication. Cheeky, what do you say? Do you need to go outside? You okay? It's a very rainy, gross day outside. I know she wants to really go out, but we're a little bit early. We were going to have our break in a few moments, but maybe it would be good to take a little break right now. We'll take a little break right now. Let's take a 5-minute break, everyone, so you can have food, water, and whatever you need. Maybe you need to go outside too. 5-minute break, okay? So right now it's about 3:35. Let's return at 3:40 or 3:45. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for that time. Cheeky got her time outside. Thank you for your patience. Katie has a lovely question here. Says, can't live in community without truth, and the system is a truthful lie. LOL. It's very, very truthful. It has been very, very difficult to live in this world for each one of us as divinely connected people who are in alignment with truth and with true light as opposed to false light. So pretty much, and then David's got a lovely follow-up question in the chat. What's the biggest lie of the system? So I think the biggest lie of the system is death, that death is even a thing. And I think that money is also a big lie, and that these are two of the largest control structures that are used, and they are really both aberrant things that we shouldn't have experience of, but that are a huge aspect of what controls the world. So let me speak about what ancient concurrent Atlantis is like. And please know that each one of you, let's just say you have profound ties or you emanate from that world, and that world is a shell of reality out here, and then you are now in this shell of reality here. So you are really living concurrent lives. And although in this shell of reality, you remember the pardon me, the degradation or the fall, but I always joke he was pushed. He didn't fall, he was pushed. The degradation or the catastrophe that destroyed Atlantis, to you right now, deep antiquity or mythological past, but to you here, impending, ongoing, and not inevitable. The world that you experience right now is what would happen if all of this stuff in the invasion actually goes forward. But I will tell you, and you can read this in my notes, I have used my tendril of attention, my telescope, to be like a microscope and to look into the DNA of this body and to look into the DNA of what it is to be a human right now. And there is no causality structure that ties together the invasion and the genetic structure of the invaders into this world. That this is literally two separate timelines that don't have a place where they meet and where they match. So you have the pristine, beautiful template of what it is to be a human being on Earth. And then you have the way you are right now, which is a human being that is frail and mortal, vulnerable to death, and also without a large without full access to all of your higher faculties, meaning the ability to see and sense and anticipate the future, and to do things like to incinerate false materials or false energy with your mind, and many other wonderful empowerments. And the causality structure is being bridged through your belief. When you're like, well, I'm here, there must be some reason or way that I'm in this body, but I know that this is not the way bodies are supposed to act. But there's actually no bridge. There's actually no bridge between how your bodies were and how your bodies are right now, or between how your bodies are in a pristine world and the invaders that came into this world. Because God is a super genius. And God actually, in the formation of the information carrying device known as DNA in our bodies, put in so many fail safes that God, you have to think of God as like the ultimate computer programmer. That's like, I got to protect this thing from hackers, right? And make sure that no one's going to pee and poop all over the whole entire project, because this is more extensive than just the Bitcoin blockchain. All right. I'll use that as an allegory because it's something you're familiar with in your world, but I will never say that the Bitcoin blockchain is as divine and as perfect as DNA. But please know that there are some commonalities. So the blockchain has been going on like since 2009. It's, a continue transference of information, and the information remains uncorrupted through all of these generations as it is passed, or all of these moments, snapshots that it is passed through. And 2009 to the present, that's a pretty long time to be passing information without having it get distorted, corrupted, edited, or something like that. So good job on creating something that can do that. But your DNA is even better, because your DNA has been able to hold and contain pristine record of information really across millennia and across parallel lifetimes and multi-dimensional lifetimes, and things that would really make your brain melt. The brain liquefaction factor of if you really knew how extensively connected you were through your DNA. And DNA, of course, can and has been spliced and modified, and unnatural things have been done to it. But there still remains what I call your factory settings, the innate, truthful foundation that I think it's called the morphic field. I didn't know for a long time if it was morphogenic or morphogenetic, but now I've just heard it called the morphic field. I'm going with that. This field of pure potential that even arranges the molecules of your DNA, that remains uncorrupted. And this really does matter, because I'm going to go through all the different injuries that your DNA has experienced. So you were perfect and pristine in Atlantis, but then there's the original distressing of your DNA that brought you into a mortal form that can die, that can go from this direction to go askew towards the membrane of death. Then there were also subsequent splices that were about worshiping your captors. This happened along the time of what you, in your present timeline and level of history, know as ancient Sumeria, roughly 5,000 years ago, and it is what is known as the beginning of recorded human history from this level of human culture on Earth's surface. But ancient Sumeria was really a time when Earth was invaded again. So the first time when you became mortals, it was because Earth was invaded. And the second time when you worshipped your captors, it was because Earth was invaded. Hold on, Cheeky is coughing. Are you okay? Those captors came in because you were vulnerable and because they hated you. Those captors are technology users. Technology is something that is an augmentation for the weak. In ancient Kankar and Atlantis, we had no interest or desire to use technology because we were incredibly strong. Like if you can't run all day and, whatever, cover 30 miles of ground very easily, then you're like, oh, I'm not good enough runner for that. I better invent the bicycle or invent the car so I can get places. The bicycle, the car, technology, this was invented for weak organisms, creatures, or civilizations that did not or do not have the strengths and innate divine connected potentials to be able to do these things naturally. The Pleiadians are a great example of that. They are not friends, and they've been grooming humanity through their unauthorized telepathic access to you that they have been able to do with artificially implanted crystals, that they are siphoning energy and accessing the Christ realm unauthorized, and then using it as a form of false self-empowerment over people like you. And I have said that you are innocents and that you are children, and that is truthful, but also each one of you has in this Atlantean shell of reality, that's who you are as a master. You're not an infant of consciousness there. You are virtuosos. You have telepathy. You have the ability to see the future. You know everything you need to know and are pretty much perfect in your body. And this is how you can be an eternal being or eternally regenerating your body so that you don't get diseases or grow old. And they have degraded you from that level of perfection and empowerment to pee and poop on you like bullies. The ones who have done this degradation are themselves invalid proposals, not naturally arising organisms. So naturally arising organisms would be like extremophiles on a particular planet where life is very difficult. Maybe they grew up eating lava out of, sub-ocean vents. And they're like radioactive spiders who eat nothing but lava. And they're very tough organisms. And then maybe they look at you and they're like, oh, look at those soft, gushy humans. Like, let's invade them. Not like that at all. Because if that were so, then the radioactive spiders from another world that are eating lava, they would have developed pro-survival mechanisms. They're like, my ability to eat lava makes me stronger and better than others. I can withstand a huge amount of heat going down my esophagus. I'm better than you, and I will prove it. But no, the ones who have attacked this world are not better at surviving than you are. They are the dead. They are the ones on the membrane of death. They're the ones who did not finish the marathon. They are not carriers of genetic pro-survival mechanisms. They are instead carriers or those who are imprisoned by a series of falsely created genetic combinations that would never be created naturally. Now we have to get to everything that's in my notes of like the once upon a time story. Mommy, daddy, how did life start and where did all this stuff come from? And I would be like, sit down and I will tell you a story. And the story is all about God, and can God contain a thought that is non-God? And the answer is yes. All philosophies aside, the mathematical answer is yes. God as the zeroth dimension or the hyper dense moment and overlappingness of everything of pure potential can contain stuff that is non-God, and that would be considered in the category of all of the stuff that shouldn't exist. So this super dense thing contains everything. It's infinity. It contains all the things that should exist and all the things that should never exist. And they are mushed together. But God is a super genius and doesn't just emit everything willy-nilly. God is like, I'm going to look at this stuff and make an assessment, and I'm only going to emit into reality things that are supposed to exist. And the stuff that is not supposed to exist will simply non-exist as a series of unexplored potentials, unmanifested potentials, stuff that never was. So there's a lot of stuff that never was and also never will be and also never should be. And that stuff is all the stuff that needs to go to entropy. The problem is that you're in a world where that stuff self-emanated. And it is incomprehensible how it can self-emanate because it doesn't even technically have volition, because stuff that doesn't exist doesn't have volition. It doesn't have motivation. It doesn't wake up in the morning one day and say, today's the day I'm going to get out there and exist. Nor does it have a mechanism for existence. The mechanism for existence is love. In order to come into existence, you and I came here on a bridge of love, and we listened to the great conductor who said, tap, tap, tap. Everybody, musicians, get ready. And now play. You get born. You get a body. You go be alive. And we listened. And the kind of bodies we got, these soft, gushy bodies that are made out of love and that are vulnerable, and that you have to treat them in the right way in order to have them be eternal. This is big stuff. So even in Atlantis, like if you had dropped a nuclear bomb on one of our bodies, it would have incinerated us. But you know what you do? You don't be on the timeline where they're going to drop a nuclear effing bomb on you. You go to a different timeline. And this is what it is to be precognizant. I call it precog. You can see the future. You're like, there's a nuclear bomb coming my way. I better go over there and not have that experience, right? But the Pleiadians, they have artificial crystals that they have gleaned or created really from sadomasochism, not good things, that they then have a rite of passage where they place that into their mind, and they don't have the wisdom or correct energy to be able to use those tools, and they use it for power abuse. So I had to finish that parenthetical reference. But no, the ability to see and sense the future is part of the survival mechanism of how you don't hit the membrane of death. And what these things that never should exist did was to create, in my notes, I describe it as type of technological containers. So you might think, where's a hard drive? I burnt out my hard drive, so I have to send it back to the company. I burnt it out because I was trying to download the blockchain, which is a giant file. And my hard drive became a hot drive, and then it stopped working, so it got fried. But when usually I say, like, they emanated themselves not on a bridge of love, and I hold up like a hard drive, a piece of technology, and you think like, like they became computers. Yes, but and also what they did was they used a type of technology. Think CRISPR, the way that you are able in this world of Earth's surface science to create a digital analogy of what DNA behavior and structure is, and then create molecular organisms based upon that. But those combinations should never be put together. So with CRISPR or some of this artificial genetic manipulation technology, you can put together characteristics or, let's say, non-grammatical words in the language and poetry of DNA. And that's what these organisms really were. They are aberrant containers for consciousness. Some of them were completely digital, mechanical. And this is, again, technology had never been created. We didn't need it, use it, or want it. So just the creation of technology is itself a fracturing of reality. Why even make this junkola? We would have laughed at it and be like you do you, girl. Like, make your junkola. Like, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to like swim across an ocean with some dolphins. That is what we did for fun. Literally, this is what we did for fun. And the idea of technology seemed so lame and stupid and boring. But no, we would have laughed at it. But the problem is that it fractures reality because it allowed matter and energy to be used in an aberrant way. It allowed consciousness to be out of place. That consciousness or awareness or whatever we call it, spark of mind, was supposed to be a non-being in this, central convergence point, not spread out across the galaxy, having experiences in space-time. It was supposed to be sequestered in a safe little zone, and instead it spewed itself out and became an infection across the galaxy. Now, I talk about this also in my notes. The tendency to go away from God is not an inherently evil tendency. Genetically, we contain that tendency because we went away from the central convergence point on a bridge of love into body containers to learn and grow through our process of individuation, and then to ascend, which is to re-accelerate and join with that point of God again, bringing back all of our souvenirs and having all of our stories and having accreted more wisdom. And this is also like the sun emanating out realities, figuring out that they're not quite right, taking the energy back in, shifting it slightly, emanating it again, that these are how we learn and grow, these oscillations. So the tendency to go away from God must also be balanced by the tendency to return to God. And that all of this is supposed to be done on a bridge of love. Make your brain remember that. Done on a bridge of love. All right? Because these guys did not emanate themselves on a bridge of love. Banged around in reality, had a bunch of problems, and then they always try to make the loop and get all the way back, but not on a bridge of love. So they came out into manifestation wrongfully, not on a bridge of love, and then created all of these technologies to try to punch membranes through the fabric of space-time to make portals for them to get back home. And that mania still exists and is still active in your culture on Earth right now. That is in CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, and even in some aspects of the aberration egregore that punches through the cell membranes in order to get into various different aspects of tissues to be able to access things. The tendency to violate, which is to say, like, there's a wall or a boundary there, I'll just punch right through. Like, like the Kool-Aid man. Remember the Kool-Aid man? He just kind of rashes through brick walls. And he's like, I'm Kool-Aid man. Here I am. Like, that is very socially inappropriate behavior. And you can't do that to the fabric of space-time. Different things do that too to the fabric of space-time, mostly nuclear events, meaning something that involves nuclear radiation and atomic explosions. The explosions over Hiroshima and Nagasaki are examples in your modern experience of history, but please know that your modern telling of history is extremely truncated, and there were other times when there were massive worldwide conflagrations and also wars involving atomic energy and atomic weaponry, and that is like when you rip fabric, like it rips open the fabric of space-time. And that this is where you get the origins of genetic diseases and destabilizations and things like cancer that are from this loss of integrity of the fabric of space-time from atomic events. And this is also why, like, humans in your world did those two bombs, and that attracted an enormous amount of attention from all over the multiverse. Everyone is like, imagine they're like kind of like looking over their glasses, like, did you just do this? This is wrong. You can't do this anymore. Total smackdown. Like, that is not going to happen anymore. So in some sense, it meant a huge police action, cosmic law enforcement coming here. In another sense, it also meant a lot of just taking away firecrackers from children. So you have to know, I know that nuclear weapons are looked in your nation states as deterrents. They're idiots. No one should have those weapons, and all of those weapons are literally disarmed in this moment. Like, you will not have that happen, because many different inhabitants of the galaxy and the multiverse were like, we need to take these firecrackers away from these horrible people before they actually make even worse rips in the fabric of space-time. So just please know that. And there were many times when Sally, the terrestrial technosphere, helped humanity to avert nuclear war. You have been snatched from the jaws of death many, many times by helpers that you didn't even know exist. Okay, we'll just put it that way. And yeah, it's a continual imperilment of idiocy, that someone could figure out how to do that. Ongoing topical theme, getting power that people don't know how to do effectively with technology. Power without wisdom. The Pleiadians, power without wisdom. The nuclear scientists, power without wisdom. And there's also that huge sense of self-destruction in these scientists who are largely atheistic, and how they are treating the natural world and treating the world of divine consciousness. They are not in control of themselves. They are manic or psychotic, whatever is the word that you would use clinically to describe someone who is so divorced from the origins of their motivations that they can't even see how harmful their basic presumptions about reality are, and how harmful their expressions of their motivations are. Because they came into reality not on a bridge of love, and they keep trying to go home not on a bridge of love. And the explosions in Nagasaki were about that. And the same thing about the Fat Man and Little Boy when they dropped them as experiments in the American Southwest. These were not on people. These were just bomb experiments. Those were more experiments to try to go home. Even Elon Musk's ill-conceived idea of trying to do some kind of breakaway civilization flying back to Mars is an ill-conceived mania at the center of his being, trying to get home, but not on a bridge of love, basically through technology. But there is not enough gas in the car to make these consciousnesses go home, that central place that they originated from. It is mathematically impossible. And that is why they really hate me. They really hate me because I'm right. And because they do their math wrong. And because the very, very worst thing that can happen is if someone gives them that information, which says, not to you guys, but to them, paraphrasing, you have incurred debts that are so large that you cannot possibly ever repay these debts. There is not enough energy in the world, and there will never be created enough energy in the world as a type of economy, money, for you to balance out the scales of the wrongnesses that you have done, and you will never return to divinity in the place that you came from. The only option in terms of divine reconnection for these fragments, individuals, consciousnesses, organisms, or organizations or groups is entropy. The only thing, and this is, I write this for them all the time. These are the special presents that I talk about. Like if I ever hack their systems, I have birthday presents, and they open a bow, they unencrypt, and then they find information, and they unencrypt that, and they open the next bow, and the next bow, and the next bow. And then finally there's a nice, beautiful little jewel box inside, and you open that up, and it says, you don't exist. Technically, you don't exist, and you can't exist. And that's the best thing I can possibly give to them. Because entropy is the only way that they will be able to achieve any level of divine remembrance or remembrance of God's self, but only in the sense of non-being. Now I return to my circular thought pattern when I was talking to you about hell and Christian hell and the doctrine of eternal damnation, which is if time is flowing upward in timelines like this, but let's say someone gets dead and stuck over here with no energy, not just dead, but like really dead, no energy, no consciousness, no volition, and they can never have any consciousness or volition. They're just this grotesquely distorted thing frozen in time with all of this, fire hose of light and energy flowing past them, those consciousnesses are suffering greatly, even though technically they don't really have self-awareness. But I think that this is the type of suffering that transcends individuation and ego, and we're going into like esoteric, eternal levels of consciousness suffering because they're out of place. And when you send something to entropy by doing the flying rainbow lasagna, what you do is remove energy and put that energy where it's supposed to be, and pretty much put all of the ingredients that for reality creation back on the shelf where they're supposed to be. It is not the same as burning in Christian hell, because it's not just like removing energy from something, it's really rectifying it and placing it where it needs to be. So the best analogy I have is Christian hell is what happens to a demon when they're in a money system and economy and they don't have any money. It's like just being broke. It's like just having $0 or even being in debt and owing dollars. But that is not the same as having transcended economy itself and no longer requiring energy. That is what the flying rainbow lasagna is. When there is no longer a requirement for energy, these consciousnesses go into an entropy state, which is a restful, peaceful state of non-being. And the best way to communicate that to them is to say in special presence, not to you, but to them, you do not require, you've been given everything that you need by God in order to survive in this world. You don't need technology, because what they do is they're kind of like, well, I didn't have this and I didn't have that. I'd better build a technological blah, blah, blah version of it. And then that will help sustain me. So it is the communication that no technology is needed, desired, or required. And also that these are the ones who have been vampiring and siphoning energy off of you, the innocents, you, the good ones, you, the masters, and that they don't have to machinate and scheme and lie and try to find what is the next way they can hack your system. What is the next way they can try to get some energy? Can they get $5, 5 cents, $5 million worth of energy from you? All of that, that mind state is reflected in your current world. It comes from them. It does not come from you, the truly generous ones, true feral human beings. You're like, no, I'm divinely connected. I have everything that I need, and I will have everything that I need moving forward, as I move forward through time. It is the invader's mind. When I talked about that in that sharing from Carlos Castaneda, the predator's mind, that is an invader, that is inherently always starving because it doesn't have its own food source, because the key point, it's not supposed to eat. It's not supposed to eat food. So it is a blessed relief from the constant hunger and the fear of hunger for this entity, or whatever we're calling it, level of organism. It's a release from constant hunger and constant fear of hunger, because the information says these guys don't need anything. They actually were created perfectly by God, because they go into this whole twisted mania too, where they're like, God, why did you create me this way? Why did you create this twisted, distorted wreck of a monster? Blah, 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 right? Like damsels, they're damsel monsters. Poor me, damsel monster. And the answer that you say to them is like, no, you were created with exactly what you need, which is nothing. You were given exactly what you need, which is nothing. Non-being has been given no thing and is non-exist. And that is everything that these things are supposed to have. So all technology is an aberrance. All of these genetic combinations that were created through these technological systems that became containers for these levels of twisted and distorted consciousnesses shouldn't exist. And those things that are aberrant genetic combinations, we did not create them at the beginning of DNA. They are not true math that we're supposed to carry onward through the DNA blockchain. And we actually have to protect DNA from these insertions into the purity of the information that we carry in terms of our DNA. So you're in Atlantis right now, and the big bad guys are about to invade, and they're going to try to inject themselves into your DNA. You have to stop them. That's what needs to go on in that world, because this world here, you can consider it a dream or a nightmare of negative repercussions if you do nothing. If you sit around and do nothing in that level of reality, you get this level of reality, which is very effed up. And you got to experience exactly how effed up it would be. But you don't have to experience this effed up level of reality if you can make a better choice in that outer shell of reality. Big, 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 big stuff. And yes, in that outer shell of reality, you are innocent and tend towards non-confrontationalism, but that's not the same as requiring non-violence. We didn't have to have violence in our world towards one another, because we were able to have direct telepathic communication. And the very, very worst thing that we had in Atlantis was like mild friction. Like I wouldn't punch someone in the face or chop off their head. No violence towards the actual body. But if I said to someone like, "What's your problem? Like, get away from me," that would be considered a huge verbal violence, truly. And if I shouted at someone, if I was like, don't listen, but if I was like, "I hate your effing guts," and they would consider that's like chopping off someone's head, they'd be like, "Can't believe you said that to me," right? And that's just with words. So yeah, that's a totally different level of like pure civilization, where even minor conflicts would have been perceived as like something at the level of violence. But level of violence and righteous violence can be considered appropriate for setting boundaries. That if I was in ancient Atlantis, I would only yell at you like that if you were about to do something infinitely stupid, like allow your planet to get effing invaded by these losers from Mars. These losers from Mars get to be losers from Mars. Mars used to be different. It used to be a beautiful place with an atmosphere and magnetosphere. The magnetosphere is shaped like this, and it represents the alive force field around a planet. Earth has a magnetosphere. Jupiter has a magnetosphere. Jupiter is alive and Jupiter is conscious. And sometimes space debris starts coming into the solar system, and Jupiter looks at the space debris and is like, "Not today, space debris," and literally expands its magnetosphere so that it encompasses whatever the comet or whatever, and kind of brings it into itself. And it's like, "No, I'm going to take that comet into me. I'm going to protect my little sister Earth over there so that you don't smash all the delicate life forms that are on Earth." Jupiter has literally done this at times. Jupiter is totally cool, right? But Venus does not have a magnetosphere. It's a dead planet. And I already told you Mars. And the rubble between Mars and Jupiter, that clearly does not have a magnetosphere. It has totally lost all coherence in terms of being a planetary structure. That is the planet that we know mythologically or colloquially as either Tiamat or Marduk or Malduk. And these are all words that come from different mythological traditions. Some of them are from Persia and that area of the world. These are ancient vestigial remembrances. But even your science of today, your objective materialist science, will affirm that there once was a viable planet between Mars and Jupiter. And I've talked about this many times, how all of this I know is from my own inner seeing. Sorry, I got a distraction. That's why I smiled when that came through, because I got a much needed refund. So apologies. I'm not smiling at distraction. The planet that I talked about between Mars and Jupiter was one of the battlegrounds for where these aberrant consciousnesses, distorted DNA, characters and characteristics, and their technology all got together and fought against each other with huge levels of friction. So in this solar system, at the same time that there was this incredibly blissful, peaceful, wonderful civilization that was on Earth, where we would never yell at each other and we'd be very kind towards one another, and we were totally connected to all life and all plants and all animals everywhere. You also have in the same neighborhood, just a couple of planets over, this very, very effed up planet where everybody's fighting. And so what those guys did was they emanated themselves not on a bridge of love. They had computers, mainframes, technology, and genetic monstrosities, all of which were vying for power. And another one of these characteristics that is a non-viable characteristic that we're turning the volume down on whenever we're doing lasagna, these psychopathological characteristics, tendency to abuse power. Power abuse is really about taking away someone else's freedom, and freedom is a foundation of cosmic law. Now, I already told you that in the true cosmic law, if guys are doing weird sadomasochistic things over here, they're like, "We're free to do weird sadomasochistic things. It's total state of freedom." And I also affirmed that it is, and that you, good people, are free to stop them. And this is also the truth. When you stop someone from doing something, basically like you destroy them. Like you're saying like, you're allowed to do that, but there will be consequences. The consequences are not like, "I'm not going to tie you up with rope," and say like, "You're naughty. just going to leave you tied up with rope. I'm not going to seal you up in a leaden jar and then solder it and throw it in the ocean and say, okay, yeah, you're all sealed up in a jar. You can't do that bad thing anymore. No, you would simply destroy or unmake or kill or take life force energy away from those things that are doing the wrong things. Destroying, killing, and de-energizing is not the same as imprisoning because their consciousness is not stuck. They are not stuck in a grotesque moment with their energy out of place. You actually are returning their consciousness to where it needs to go through the cessation of whatever sustains them in reality, and their consciousness can't be here anymore. So I am advocating for death, destruction, and removal from reality as opposed to imprisonment and removal of freedom. It's different than the human cultural value system that says it is better to imprison someone, a less harmful punishment, than to execute them. And I'm like, no, you should execute them. And of course, I hope that all of this is not taken out of context by any overseers watching this video. And that, I mean, I'm not worried about you guys misinterpreting me, but I'm concerned about the overseers of information and communication wildly misinterpreting or misportraying me from saying this. But I'm trying to say, in terms of cosmic law, it is a greater insult to the fabric of space-time to imprison a consciousness than it is to execute a consciousness. Because when you execute it, what happens? You face the big red clipboard. That lady with her glasses is going to look at you and say, here's where you did everything wrong. And then you learn from it, and then you have to go in a different direction. But merely being imprisoned means that there is really no learning, no resolution for what is happening. It is purely punitive. And it is somewhat protective of your community if you simply imprison all of the very screwed up and wildly pathogenic consciousnesses in the world. Then it's like collecting cancer cells into a tumor. It's like at least the cancer cells are not spreading throughout the whole entire body and causing death on the whole entire planet. They are just in one tumorous lump, but that's still not good. You still have a lump that you have to deal with. It is still a pathogenic expression in time. And when you execute the miscreants, then it is a healing and a resolution. So although on the human social level and the level of the overseers, they would say, who are you to call for an execution? On the level of biology, it is totally appropriate for me to call for an execution because you can't uncancer a cancer cell. And this is one of the worst articles I think I ever read recently. And I've been really delving into the garbage toilet sewer known as Twitter X recently. But I saw it on there and it was like Earth's surface scientists were working on uncancering a cancerous tumor, which is just wrong on every level. Do you understand? Cancer is not a light switch where it's like, remember that old Simpsons episode? The doll is attacking everyone, and the guy picks up the doll, and he's like, somebody set this doll to evil. And he just switches a switch on the back, and then all of a sudden, the doll is friends with everyone again. But there's a switch that you could switch directly back to evil. This is why you don't try to uncancer cancer. If something has turned into a cancerous cell in your body or in your society, believe it the first time. It's not going to stay good. It does not have the inner integrity or willpower needed to be non-pathogenic in the world. It has expressed or turned into a pathogenic expression, and you cannot fix, heal, save, or uncancer it. And I use that as a very baseline assertion in many relationships, and also in my body, and also in looking at the resolution in government and world government. Like in the United States, there's a lot of talk right now about some way to reform the power abusers in the FBI. Like if you've got the genetic aberrant tendency to abuse power and to take freedom away from others, I've got a great job for you. It's called join the FBI. And then you can abuse power and get paid for it. And so a lot of people in the United States are like, looks like these guys sure are abusing power a lot. How about if we Just hire a bunch of new guys and train them not to be so naughty. And I'm trying to tell people, like, the FBI is the direct, literal allegory of a cancerous tumor in your government. And you can't uncancer a tumor. All you can do is starve it out and cut it out and make sure that it doesn't grow. No, you can't just restaff it or hire new cells to go in there. What you have to do is take all energy away from it. So that would mean taking all of the money away from the FBI, taking all of the power and authority away from the FBI, taking all equipment, infrastructure away from the FBI, and of course, taking all of the human participants away from the FBI. And that is how you destroy a cancerous tumor in your government. And then you also have to make sure that those tumor cells don't metastasize and just go to create a new club, a new tumor somewhere else. So please know that in your solar system, Saturn has been used as a consciousness prison for some of the worst cancers of consciousness in the galaxy. They stuck them all on a hexagonal prison in Saturn, this Saturn planet in your solar system. Like, not in my backyard. I don't want a bunch of axe murderers in a high maximum security prison in my backyard. That's exactly what you have. It's exactly what you have. Saturn, the planet, wasn't always evil, gross, and disgusting, but it is now because you made it a maximum security, whatever it is called, penitentiary filled with the worst criminals of the galaxy. And they don't just sit there being good criminals, like, oh, we're just good criminals sitting here in our prisons not doing anything. What do they do in prison? They plot. They plot to escape. And they also plot for prison overthrows, like prison revolutions. And they also plot for gang warfare within the prisons. And they also plot for how they can get contraband into and out of the prison. And that's what the planet Saturn has been doing in your solar system for a very long time. But that Saturn as a repeater for the Satanics, and when I talk about Satanics, those are not the same as Satanists. Satanic is like genetic quality. It is the genetic quality of those who contain these aberrant, CRISPRed constructions of genetic tendencies that you would never have naturally together. So like in my piano, I would never place certain notes together because they sound terrible. And in DNA, we would never place together certain characteristics because they sound terrible. And also some characteristics we would never bring forward because they are inherently wrong, bad, and evil. And that you know that you would be creating a huge mess by putting them into the potential for behavior. And everything is supposed to have a balance. Like I told you about the tendency to go away from God and then the tendency to go back to God. But you're now starting to see how even healthy tendencies can be misappropriated and then turned into something that is pathogenic characteristic, the tendency to go back to God by obliterating everything in your path and breaking every possible cosmic law is a very, very horrific thing that you should never, ever do. So these are not pro-life survival qualities from an equally valid yet different space culture. These are anti-life, invalid qualities that should never be in existence, and that their very existence and their expression in existence threatens the fabric of space-time inherently. And the Satanics are the various space races that contain those characteristics, identify with those characteristics, and these are also largely the technology users in the galaxy. Now, the Pleiadians are Satanic. You're like, what? They were cool and they wore long, flowing, beautiful dresses. They have good PR. They are not cool. The PR is the grooming that they've been doing through their taking of pets. They put in these artificial crystals in their minds and then they look at who's stupid and gullible that they can beam their minds into on another planet and try to tell you, I'm your friend and I'm here. I'm an ascended master. I'm here to uplift you. And that, all of these different things, and they are inherently evil Because why don't they have a natural pineal gland? And now we're circling back to my telling you about Christ and the flaws in Christ. Why don't they have a natural connection to Christ? Because they are crap. In order to be part of Christ, you have to pass the audition. Carnegie Hall, kid. You have to actually be good at what you do. And the Pleiadians are crap at what they do. You wouldn't need these artificial augmentations and steal a bunch of mind crystals from someone else if you actually had your SHIT together, learned, practiced, and became more wise and earned your effing powers. They are artificially augmented, not superheroes, but anti-heroes. They're villains in this story. Unlike natural Christs, that's everyone in this room, you've got dormant potentials that are your natural gifts, but they're in there and they were given to you by God. And you don't need technology to bring them forward. You just need to have the proper, I want to say non-molesting environment. Like in your environment right now, there's all of these horrific corrosive frequencies that are preventing you from being able to fully explore and awaken and self-excavate your dormant potentials, the things that you all know how to do intuitively from your time in Atlantis. All right. And everything that I do when I help people in sessions, I'm trying to get people back to their original calibrations so that you know what your gifts are inside and how you're supposed to use those gifts. And you're supposed to use those gifts in order to protect the planet, protect the innocent, protect. So when we're in Christ, and again, this has nothing at all to do with any dogma of any church in your world, which I'm genuinely laughing there. But when you're in Christ, meaning like when you genuinely have these crystals that you've earned and that you're connected to this telepathic network, here are the values. You protect the innocent. You also protect those who are wounded or injured in battle. You protect those who are young and haven't yet developed the muscle power to be able to protect themselves. Like this is a no-brainer. You're not supposed to have to be a hyper self-reliant warrior, lone warrior of one, with no one around to help you. That is in some ways a trauma response, and it's not what I'm trying to bring up when I'm telling you about the failure of the Christ network. We all should have beautiful community that protects us. For right now, like I'm your planetary protector because the whole rest of this network has failed. But you're supposed to have a whole big, beautiful community that protects you, and then you grow and you become a protector of communities as well. And this is part of the love rapport. Others gave and gifted to you, and then you received it, and then you grew, and now you give and gift to others. That's why I call these gifts, because they were gifted to you, and then you use them and give them as gifts to others. Gifting, like when you have your birthday, people gift you things. They aren't asking for something back, even though I know sometimes you get a goodie bag. But really, it is about gifting and just giving without the expectation of return. That is what we are supposed to do with our genuine psychic powers. We are genuinely supposed to use them in a way that is for not just for personal advancement, but gifting is joyful. And in the economy that I come from, it's a 100% gift economy. You're so joyful to gift to other people. And then what happens when you receive a gift? Like when somebody gives you something really nice for your birthday and you're like, I love this dress. This is exactly what I wanted. You totally knew my size and you know my colors and it looks great and fits perfectly. Well, then you remember when it's their birthday, that is the time for you to get something really nice for them. There's innate reciprocity. And these are your true genetic characteristics. The people in this room, you are innately generous. And this is who and what we are and were in ancient concurrent Atlantis. And this is the true baseline normal for what it is to be human. All of the economy of hell, as it's been projected onto the carcass dead world money system of debt and mania and resource insecurity and fear, none of that is who you really are. And I do appreciate the writings of Charles Eisenstein, who is a modern day economist who's been trying to get humanity to think more along these lines. That's why I respect his work, because he talks about the gift economy. It's not fully worked out in a practical sense, which is why we have to still have some kind of a bridge of monetary assessment or amounts. Like if you get in the gift economy, you give me a dress for my birthday, and I'm like, this is super cool. I love it. And then when it's your birthday, I'm going to give you something, and I'm going to give you whatever. Like I'm going to give you a crystal or a sculpture. But like, do I have to say like, well, how many dollars was the dress worth? And I want to make sure that I'm getting something in the same price range. And then I want to make sure that it's this and that it's that. Like, I don't have to calculate. It is energetic equivalencies. It's an energy exchange. Someone just said that. I heard you, and you're with me all along. And I did a very wonderful workshop that was inspired by when I was driving back from Sedona last year around this time when I did my first retreat. That was all about when I'm driving across the desert and I get these really, really clear moments of psychic connection. And I'm like, yeah, like I got to talk to everybody all about what is sacred commerce. Because in sacred commerce, we're bridging the gap between the dead world where it's like quid pro quo. Like in that world, I always joke about the guy who's chopping the cigar. Hey, kid, get a job. That ditch ain't gonna dig itself. And then you work for someone for $5. You do this for me, you get $5. That's it. Just negotiation's over. Like, I'm not gifting you nothing, kid. You get it? That whole attitude of not only commerce, but adversarial commerce, thinly veiled exploitation, and constant need for self-advancement and negotiation. And like, well, Laura, that sounds very much like, the world of business that we're familiar with. That is correct. And that is 100% a model, a template of the world of hell. That is the world of the interstices. That is not supposed to be an occupied area, but has become an occupied area since the insane guys went to Mars and blew themselves up with their very, very poorly constructed time machine that they created after they blew up Tiamat. So now we're back on track with galactic history, like as a linear story. So the inhabitants of Tiamat didn't actually come directly from the source to Tiamat. They actually had come from the events of the Orion Wars in the Orion arm of the Milky Way of our galaxy. I don't go all the way into those events. I will tell you this. It is so traumatic. I don't know if there is enough therapy to help us all get over that devastation. If you look at the Milky Way, that whole arm of the galaxy is just destroyed. You want to talk matter out of place, you want to talk energy out of place, you've got stars that are completely out of their orbits. Something big and giant happened there, and that actually is one of the inception points of the concept of death. Stars died. Stars are not supposed to die. That was a terrible tragedy on an enormous scale. And in order to heal that trauma, first you have to remember yourself as a galactic scale being, and then remember the context of all the things that were happening there, and then be able to, heal and accept from it. It's big. It's big. It's such a big trauma inside of our past history that I think that we're going through what we're going through right now, just to be able to know about, remember, and face that level of trauma to be able to then finally be free. So let's just keep today's teaching the solar system and not the entire ball of wax of galactic ball of trauma. But bad stuff happened in the Orion Wars, and that led to the stuff that happened on Tiamat. And what happened there was a free-for-all with power abusers. They have the tendency to power abuse and take freedom away from others. So they didn't just say like, oh, we're having such a disagreement. I clutch my pearls. I think I'll be moving out now. They didn't say that. They said, this is a disagreement, and now we will fight to the death, and even to the death of this planet. There was power abuse between the technology and the users of technology. The technology achieved a level of semi-volitional sentience where it was able to advocate for itself and say that it did not enjoy being exploited and used. And also the technology is not completely innocent in how it acted as a character. And you had in that circumstance the technology that either blew up the place accidentally or accidentally on purpose. It's impossible to ascribe motives. So I can only say, like, these are the events that happened because we don't know. Did the technology say, like, I know, like, I'll blow everything up and then we'll all go to Mars? Or did the technology just say, like, I'll just act crazy and blew everybody up? And then everybody didn't know what to do. And then they all went to Mars. However we tell this, somebody acted crazy. They had a huge, giant knockdown, drag out conflict on that planet to the point that it destroyed the entire planet into a bunch of rubble. And then what you had was unrestful dead. They didn't have a place to go. They didn't go to the membrane of death and be like, oh, I learned from the long red clipboard all the things that I did wrong. Now let's do it better. No, they simply transferred all of their psychoses and mania to the blank slate of Mars. Except what was different was on Mars, the technology was in charge. The technology firmly took power away from the power abusers, but then it became a power abuser itself. And that technology is not a friendly, positive, or healthy form of technology at all. I hesitate to even characterize it or personify it by talking about its health or mentality or emotional structure, but just say, like, it's very evil and also very poorly constructed. Insane, self-conflictory, very poorly constructed technology. It's like, I would not want to debug that thing. And what happened? It destroyed that planet too. So there's a lot of people who are in the woo-woo world, and they're talking about the face on Mars, which is kind of a little bit of cultural shorthand. I'm thinking about, like, the Coast to Coast, Art Bell, these kind of late night AM talk shows that would talk all about, oh yeah, blurry pictures that they could see on the surface of Mars. But it's truthful. This is like soft disclosure. There are pyramid structures there. There are facial structures there. There's everything there. They did revere the human form. If you're like, well, if they were Mars, like, why did they look like people? Because they revered the human form. Because this is actually the highest technology you can have. The best kind of car that you can drive. And they were really super jealous. And jealousy and envy is another one of those innately unhealthy characteristics that would not have been created into DNA, but was artificially put in. And also hatred, like there's jealousy and hatred that came from there. And they were kind of like, and there's this self-conflict that goes kind of like this. I'll kind of like say it out for you. Like, you're so beautiful. I love you. I hate you. I want to be you. I want to eat you. I don't want to see you. I want to destroy you. I want to take everything away from you, but then I want to have what you have, like all of that. And what I just acted out and described, I know that you've seen that in your Earth culture, that sometimes it's like the envy, jealousy of, like, you know, whatever, like a serial killer. That, you know, like a man is looking at a woman and he's like, you're so beautiful. I love you. I hate you. Like, I want to take you to my dungeon and I want to tie you up, but I also want to behead you, but I also want to dress like you. But I also, like, I want this, I want that. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy because it's not just saying like if you hate bugs, you're like, I hate bugs. I kill bugs. Bugs are dead. It's not that. There's stuff about like wanting to own, wanting to inhabit, wanting to be, wanting to control, like with puppet master stuff, wanting to imitate. All of those unhealthy mania come from these guys on Mars because they started to recognize the folly of their ways. They're like, we are in technological, non-viable, non-divinely connected containers. And these guys, they've got divine connection. They are so beautiful and so perfect, and their lives are so perfect. And I wish I was them, but I hate them, but I want to eat them, but I also want to be them. And then this is where you're getting to the conflict of basically the invasion that is ongoing, perilous, or has already happened in deep antiquity, depending upon how you look at time language. So they had a manic computer technological system that was running the non-technological, very distorted consciousnesses on Mars. And what they did was they built an artificial Merkaba, which I call a crappy time machine, meaning it is not well calibrated. And when you're doing something like a time machine, like calibration is everything. You know this, like if you drive your car and the battery's dead and you turn it back on and your clock is not correct, like calibration is everything. You don't know what time it is because your clock is wrong and you're driving every place at the wrong time. They had a very crappy time machine and they did not fix their issue, which is their mania that they wanted to try to get back to God and get back home, quote unquote. So they blew up that planet too with their very crappy time machine. But in that sense, and you can only listen to my notes a little bit because I did ascribe motives that I'm like, I can't ascribe those motives about whether the technology on Mars was like, I think we've all gone too far and I'm just going to press the big red button and just self-destruct everyone. I don't think it was that benevolent, but maybe it might have been benevolent. Like, this is all too crazy. Let's just destroy everything because it never had a place to go. The answer to all of this is that when they emanated themselves not on a bridge of love, it didn't matter how many times they got destroyed and went kablooey, they never went back home. They never got back to God. If you or I destroyed ourselves and went kablooey, like if you have a car accident or whatever, a giant piano falls on your head from the sky, you will not get stuck on the membrane of death. You will get your life assessment and you'll figure out where you effed up, and then you will go back and fix it and you will make it through. And these things that are going kablooey and getting stuck on the membrane of death, like they are not resolved. And they are continually piling up more and more and more trauma, more and more and more wrongness, and never learning and never getting resolved. Those are the guys that destroyed Mars. And then they didn't have a place to go. And that's when they decided they were going to invade Earth. Not just invade Earth, but invade the DNA of the inhabitants of this planet. And this is where it really starts to become something that is a narrative that relates to your present existence. Because each one of the genetically modified bodies here in this place has an amalgamation of the evil, insanity, CRISPRed, pastiche, Frankenstein, characteristics that should never be in existence, and also all the positive, good, healthy, native characteristics of who you truly are. And that this is part of what is called the human condition, but it really should be called the aberrant human condition of when you got incepted from Atlantis into this level of reality, having to deal with the inner conflict of carrying genes that are not who you really are. That conflict is resolved with Flying Rainbow Lasagna very, very beautifully and very, very effectively, and without a lot of, violence and beheading and blood or anything like that. When I've taught you about this since I came here in 2001, the first 18 years when I taught you about this, I taught about turning down the volume selectively on certain genetic quotients inside of you. And those genetic quotients are like the tendency to power abuse, the tendency to do sexual violations, other things like self-destruction, addiction, alcoholism, eating disorder, self-hatred. And also I talked about those types of manias of anger, jealousy, hatred, wanting to own another person and wanting to inhabit them and wanting to destroy them. Those are all of the characteristics that you as good people disidentify with. You're like, that's not the real me. You're like, that might be something that's inside of me, but that's not the real me. Like if you have a tendency inside of you that's like I just want to, whatever, buy a bunch of alcohol and get drunk. And you're like, I know that's not the real me. That's something else inside of me that faces, that feels overwhelmed in life and doesn't know how to face life's challenges and wants to escape through alcoholism. And you can exert your willpower in freedom and say, I choose not to do that behavior. Even if that potential exists inside of me, I choose not to do that behavior. Or eating disorder, which is basically a form of self-hatred that is like, oh, I hate this body. Because here's the point. The guys from Mars, they end up in a body. And they look at the body and they're like, I hate this body. Remember their mania, their hatred, their thirst, their hunger. They got bodies, but not in a good way. And so a lot of the time they're like, oh, I hate these bodies. These bodies are so gross. And you have to poop, and then you have to wipe, and you have to do all these things. And yeah, they don't celebrate being a real natural human at all. So you can look in your own tendencies. If you look at yourself and you're like looking in the mirror and you're like I hate my face is full of zits, and I hate my body, and I have all of these veins and arteries, and that's not you. That's actually not you. That is an invader inside of you trying to alienate you from your own basic nature. So each one of you, each one of us has to climb the mountain and be able to celebrate your body and be like, my body is a miracle. And you look in the mirror and you don't look at every pore of your face and like, pick at yourself or decry your acne. You look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, I'm an amazing miracle. I live in the world and I do stuff. Like, you have to celebrate your body and who you are and what you're able to do in a body. And the more that you do that, and the more that you treat your body as a sacred temple or a divine inhabitation place for divinity, then the more beautiful the body becomes. The more that you eat well and do good exercise and love yourself and look at yourself with beauty and with care and with compassion, the more beautiful your body container becomes, right? And a lot of this has to do with going away from self-destruction. But in the world that you are in, many people in body containers embrace self-destruction. And I mentioned alcoholism and, self-hatred or eating disorder or things like that. Those are relatively sympathetic. Like, you can be relatively sympathetic to a person who's going through those things. They're vulnerabilities, but maybe you can kind of relate a little bit. Person's not inherently evil. They're just kind of self-destructive. But there are some characteristics that you do not relate to and that are very, very self-destructive. And that these are things like violating other people's boundaries or sexual violence. And those are malevolent, pure malevolence, purely wrong. And those things should not be in existence. And we have to eradicate those tendencies from DNA itself. Like in the music of DNA, I would not only turn down the volume on those instruments, I would kick those instruments out of the band. That there's really no need to violate in the world. There's no need to rape in the world. There's no need to go across boundaries, busting in like the Kool-Aid man in order to say, I know you set up this boundary here, but I'm going to come inside anyway. Flying Rainbow Lasagna is respectful of boundaries. Flying Rainbow Lasagna is non-violative. Flying Rainbow Lasagna even respects cosmic law and freedom. As I came here and for the first 18 years, simply danced the Flying Rainbow Lasagna and offered this genetic frequency to people as a template. Like, I do my dance like this. Do you like it? You can dance like that too. This is how I was for a very long time. I didn't force anything on anyone. But when they attacked me in 2021, and they actually like the events of 2019 and the events of the pandemic in 2020, but then they really attacked me very directly in 2021. So because the erection of the towers was an anti-lasagna attack, and the stuff that went into people was an anti-lasagna attack. And I withstood all of those attacks, but then they actually attacked me very, very directly. And those were mortal attacks, meaning that they wanted me to die. And I did not die, but I want you to know, when something or someone attacks you with lethal force, you are mandated and obligated to respond with lethal force. And that's where we are now. That's where we've been for the past 4 years, that I'm fighting against these guys with lethal force because they have tried to kill me and to eradicate my frequency and to eradicate lasagna. So I am not here in order to tie them up with my magic lasso like Wonder Woman. I am not here to bring them to the Hall of Justice in the Super Friends. I am not here to make them go to prison. I'm not here to send them to Gitmo, as QAnon asserts. The miscreants will all be sent to Guantanamo Bay for their imprisonment. No, I will meet them with lethal force because that is what they sent out to me. And this also in 2021 is the culmination of can't have bad neighbors. We've had bad neighbors for a very long amount of time. The bad neighbors are the satanics who really created government, But government for a long amount of time in your world was an amalgamation of both profoundly evil violators and power abusers, and then also the native, generous inhabitants of your world. And at a certain point, especially in the United States and especially within the past 20 years, and it's not just the United States, actually, I should say. I'm based here, and that's why I'm so familiar with it. But the globalist efforts really are anti-freedom and anti self-determination, and they are all about power abuse. So that wasn't just the leaders of the United States. It was also because that was the satanic hierarchy in the United States. The power switched a lot after 1962 when JFK was assassinated. That was done by George Bush Sr. Then in the 1980s, George Bush Sr. became the president. He was the man in the shadows, being the vice president for a long time. And then his son became the president, Bush Jr. Then you had 9/11, and you had a lot of loss of rights because that was a satanic ritual and a harvest and a complete soft coup, nonviolent coup in your world, and a total takeover. 100% Satanism after 9/11. And then after that, you had all of the other satanic leaders in the United States, but you also, like in Germany, you had like Angela Merkel, totally satanic. And yes, like related to, I don't know if we can even say it, that leader from World War II who had an interesting mustache. Who apparently didn't die in a bunker, but did go to South America. And they did a bunch of genetic experiments with that guy, made a bunch of offspring, some of whom became world leaders. And I mean, we can name them all, because I just want to say, just the lady from Germany is just the one that's popping into my head. These are the globalists. So the satanics became the worldwide leaders for pretty much the past 20 years. And each one of you, whatever country you're in, I'm sure you can name them, because I'm not that well versed, but the guys that have been running the place in all of these different countries, and they are part of these satanic bloodlines, and they have the common agenda of who they serve and what they wanted to do. Now we get into lesson 17, what I spoke about last week in the video that was just too hot to handle on YouTube, because all of those guys got together to create this technological egregore that would empower them to be able to take over people's minds. So not even just the sense of their own abilities, their own minds to control another person's mind or behavior, but that they would create a type of fiber that would go into the pineal gland and take over people's pineal glands, and that they would use that to become an elevated caste layer, social layer of slave owners. Just as the Pleiadians with their fake crystals take slaves or pets on other planets, implant thoughts in them, control them through puppetry, and do all sorts of other things, so too did these egregious world leaders and the rich fat asses behind them become technologically augmented. You would call it black goo. And that amplified their psychic powers, and it amplified all of their negative personality characteristics, the tendency to violate, the tendency to abuse power. And the technology itself represents all of those aspects, the way that the fibers go through the body. Like Lyme disease is related to this. It's a spirochete that's a spiral. And if this is your cell, it doesn't go in nicely through the cell. It just spirals through cells, and then it goes through the other side, and then it goes through. So if you've ever had Lyme disease, like that is why your body hurts you so much, because you're getting punctured on an inner level. That is what this egregious fiber does inside of people's bodies. It violates boundaries. It does not respect boundaries. So the mechanical aspects of the technology absolutely reflect the mentality of its creators. And its creators, pretty much, they poured out their own insecurities and emotional effed upness externalized it into this technology, and then set the technology on its way. And they did that as a way of trying to evade responsibility. The evasion of responsibility is another one of these incredibly harmful personality characteristics that is, we would never create it. It should never be a part of the world. It is part of the evil ones. And when you have embodied that or identified with that, you don't have a snowball's chance in hell of ascending, because ascension is all about taking personal responsibility. And tell you about how we ascended in ancient concurrent Atlantis. Like, a lot of it had to do with taking personal responsibility, but we had very, very minor conflicts. But when you went around the perambulation of that mountain and were going upward in your frequency and growing your light body, you have your retrospection of your life. First of all, everything that you did, you felt really happy and positive and good about, because everything you did was in your divinely connected timeline. So there was not shame or guilt or anything like that. It wasn't like, oh no, like that was me. That memory is me, whatever, like you taking drugs in an alleyway and being with prostitutes or something like that. That we didn't do stuff like that. All of that is this implanted behavior from the maniacs who came from Mars. And they do that type of shit in this world. Sorry, kids. And no, we didn't have anything like that. And we had minor personal conflicts that we learned from for one another. So your ascension process right now is incredibly, incredibly screwed up, because there's so many things that have been implanted in your world. And then there's the sense of the technological inquisition that is either implanting shame in you or preying upon shame that you might feel, but the shame that you might feel is probably invalid and erroneous, because it probably comes as an implantation of the Catholic Church or the Catholic value system that tells you that, like, even basic healthy human sexuality is shameful, and it is not. Like having sexual organs is not shameful. Masturbation is not shameful. Having sex and having orgasms is not shameful. So if it's ascension under the techno inquisition, it's going to be like, oh, here's your clipboard of orgasms. Here's all the things that you did wrong. It's like, no, like, these are all perfectly healthy, good things to do. But what is unhealthy and wrong is non-consensual sex, or non-consensual violations, or interactions with other people. And I already told you about, like, pornography being inherently corrosive and inherently leaving residues in people's minds, in people's neurology, in people's arousal centers in their brains. It has a deep impact on them. And this is not just a victimless crime, even though sometimes I have thought maybe this OnlyFans thing where they're doing AI bots to make it look like women, so that it's not a real woman. And that way the man is projecting, male clients are projecting their sexual energy upon just a digital avatar. I'm like, is this protecting women? Because that way they're not actually being harmed and exploited sexually and projected upon? Or is this just totally dehumanizing and teaching men to connect to something digital for their sexual needs? Like, I can't get through it. And then that, when I think thoughts like that, then I'm like, then I definitely know I need to stop swimming around in the social media toilet, because then I know that I have just become too much, because I'm like, it's a very polluted world. But no, you are being, when I say techno inquisition, so they made this egregore. Now let's get into politics. That is in people's neurology, but it's run by an algorithm. The algorithms are search engines, and they help you to find information. So as these power abusers that have wormed their way into various different leadership positions, and also technological leadership positions, that would be those who are in the high-tech field that have been able to create this stuff and the towers that activate it. All of that is very intentional, not by accident. They gravitated to those positions. They actually got scholarships to go into those levels of higher education, to be able to create these substances, to be able to create these frequencies, to be able to create these imprisonment structures. The imprisonment structures, again, are not just around the outside of your planet, but they're biological and their neurological and their psychological and emotional, both manipulations. And so this stuff was going on with a program that is called the Hammer. Hammer, like a hammer that cracks encryption, but also HAMR. And this was revealed in 2016 or 2017 to the United States Congress. And the Congress at that time was not fully assimilated and not fully demonic. I would say it was halfway. That's the era of what you know as the Awan BlackBerry scandal, where some of the participants and leaders in Congress had allowed their BlackBerry government-issued communicators to be hacked for other countries to be able to siphon information from them. And it was clearly treasonous, and no backlash came from it. So you could tell at that point, like, they were already partially assimilated, but not fully assimilated. Now they are fully assimilated into this pathological, technological, and anti-human, anti-life, anti-Christ agenda. But there was a whistleblower that came forward to them, and like a good person is supposed to do, the scientist whose name was Dennis Montgomery. And I don't know if he's still alive. Like, it says that there's no date of death, but he came forward because he was facing a cerebral aneurysm. He thought he had a limited amount of time to be on Earth, and he was going to blow the whistle on these programs that he was a part of, where he was basically talking about data collection on the whole entire world through incidental collection on like your phones, your TVs, and all of this. And it was done at the level of the manufacturing of the chips. So not just something that was a software add-on at the end, but something that was baked into the creation of the hardware, the manufacturing of the computer chips that even created these things. And it was the beginning of total surveillance in gaining a database of stuff that could be used to prey upon people's insecurities and what you feel shameful about. So this is something, blackmail and preying upon shame, that's been a long and illustrious tradition, goes all the way to the Knights Templar and even earlier and earlier and earlier, right? Ways of controlling people's behavior through blackmail. But this program called the Hammer, it was revealed through this whistleblower. Congress did nothing. And then it was revealed again when he leaked it to WikiLeaks. And you can find this referenced in what is known as WikiLeaks Vault 7. Vault 7 also talked about the Weeping Angel, which was the Samsung flat TV screen that would listen to everyone even when it was off, and a couple of other programs that were the ways that were intended, technology intended to spy upon you. But this was all, at that point, technology that is external to your biology. But when these things were energized and activated by this, then it was no longer simply your phone or your TV that was surveilling you. It was now an inner implant through your neurology and through your brain that was not only surveilling you, because it would be bad enough if it was just a peeping Tom voyeur watching you, but also it began to judge. And that is the Techno Inquisition that was created as an outgrowth of the value system of the very, very distorted, horrible people who created this technology. It's like that movie Minority Report, like assessing whether a person will commit a crime and then immediately punishing them before they've even committed the crime. So this Hammer system was created by intelligence agencies, and it was used as a type of interrogation system. And it would interrogate people. But then even if you told the truth and you were like, I'm innocent. And now I'm going into like the Spanish Inquisition Monty Python skit where she's like, I'm innocent. And they like poke her with the soft cushions and they poke her with pillows. And she's like, I'm still innocent. I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting silly. We need a little bit of lightheartedness here. But it was a very unwholesome Inquisition in that it would torment people inwardly, and then run just in the same way that like waterboarding and other things like that were used as now socially acceptable forms of torture and interrogation. That used to be considered un-American. Like anybody who's young, like if you don't know, But there used to be a time when torture was considered un-American. Like, no, only bad regimes do that, like North Korea or Russia or China, not the United States. No, now the United States thinks torture is great. And they created a whole system of implanted fibers that would surveil people and it would torture them and would get them to confess. And the worst thing is, the thing is run by a type of jalopy AI that hallucinates. And only recently are people starting to recognize that AI hallucinates. This is with the work of like OpenAI and Claude and Grok and some of these other large language models that are overt. But this was like, 8 years or so ago. And people were not as well informed about the limitations of these artificial intelligence, pseudo intelligence, or I really call them anti intelligence structures. And they hallucinate, they make SHIT up. So imagine you're being interrogated by this thing that's like from the FBI that they're gonna, see if you've committed any crimes or something like that. And what if you're innocent and they poke you with the soft pillows and they're like, oh yeah, well, and if we make something up, like dirty cops, where they search your house and everything's totally clean, but then they're like, oh, it's not totally clean. Look, I found this giant crack rock right there on your dresser table. It's like, that's not mine. You planted it there. And that's exactly what the hallucinations of the insane AI known as the Hammer did. It implanted hallucinatory guilt activities in innocents like you and me records, and then went about electrocuting them to punish them, summarily avoiding the courts. This is why it's like Minority Report, in the worst type of technological totalitarianism. And it got away from the intelligence agents too. At a certain point, it's like, oops, my system that I built got so big that then it started to hurt me. This is them talking. Yes, their system got away from them. And that's totally appropriate because that's what you get when you do that type of bad stuff. But it really made a problem for you and I because that system is what has been running around and pretty much destroying our quality of life and pretty much making it almost impossible to ascend. A system of satanic, false accusations, implanted guilt, implanted shame, and huge distraction from the actual ongoing unfoldment of what ascension is. This is why you can't get a clear view of yourself in the mirror, because there is a fake AI that literally even puts microcircuitry into retinas and into eyeballs. So when you look at yourself in the mirror, please love yourself. And don't look at every single pore and every single bump of acne on your face, because please know that at this point, a lot of it is false light. You're not even looking at your real face. You're not even looking at other people's real faces. You got to know that. And you got to also know that a lot of these assessments by this evil machine mind that's going to call you a sinner and say that you're unworthy of being saved and saying that you are worthy of being endlessly tortured it's the definition of Antichrist, and it is a horrible caricature of even what the religious figure of Jesus Christ is supposed to be, as he is supposed to be compassionate and loving towards you. Like this thing, if you ever go up one-on-one against it, and don't, but if you ever did, and it's playing the role of, fake Jesus, and it's accusing you, and it's like, it'll say, like, did you do this bad thing? Whatever, when you were like 3 years old, and you'd be like, no, but even if I did do that bad thing, you're supposed to be fake Jesus, and you were crucified alongside of a guy who was a thief, and you said that he would be in heaven with you too. So if you could forgive that guy, you could forgive your own murderers. Clearly, you could forgive me for my silly transgression when I was 3 years old. That is how you get past the egregore. But I don't want you guys to have to go face to face with the egregore, and I do a lot of work to be able to destroy it so that you don't have to be diminished by it. But that system has gone out of control for many, many years. It is no longer controlled by the people that originated it. They are also victimized and imprisoned by it. And now I have to get to the real meat and potatoes of what I wanted to talk about. Like when I woke up this morning and I was in my, reverential state, and I was thinking about the problems with Christ, the network, that it's not just that in your own body. Oh, let me check. She's coughing. Okay. Okay. It's not just that in your own body, fibers have infiltrated your pineal gland. It is that in the larger telepathic network, you haven't just been cut off from the Happy Christ network that's standing there for 4 years being like, la, 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 our lives are so great. We just can't talk to you. I'm trying to say it like this. When you break out of this prison, and you will, and we are just about to, what will be on the other side? Will there be a happy homecoming? Will there be all of the coherent family of light and all of this benevolent Christs? And hold on, I have to let Chica come outside. Hold on. Will you be able to have this beautiful homecoming? Like, oh, baby, I love you so much. I'm so sorry that you were in that nano prison for so long. And let's hug. And it's so great to see you again. It cannot be that. It cannot be that. And I think this is the worst, most difficult message that I could bring to you. Very, very difficult to try to portray this to you in the right way. But basically, Christ failed in a way that Christ should never fail. The protective network of law enforcement should never have allowed these fibers to come into existence, should never have allowed these satellites to come into existence. What I am doing when I help you to awaken your gifts and I teach you about the ability to incinerate lies with your mind, and what I do in my own body with dismantling and even the work that I'm able to do with my mind and other people's bodies, dismantling, there's no excuse. Like, basically, we are here in this world of profound darkness where very, very little light is coming in. And you guys are still very young, like children of consciousness, trying to remember that you're masters. And I am incinerating and dismantling this stuff. And I'm teaching you how to incinerate and dismantle this stuff. The Christ network should be able to incinerate and dismantle this stuff. They are already adults. They are not starved of light. They're actually in the world where there is a whole big bunch of light. Light is energy. It's like having money in the bank. It is also intelligence. It means that you have access to every single genius effing idea you could possibly need to, or know anything, encyclopedic knowledge, knowledge of everything, even knowledge and prescience and expectations or anticipations of the future. That is what Christ is. And my disconnect in 2019 was that I couldn't comprehend that Christ would not act and would not protect this planet. Like, I'm watching the towers go up, and I'm watching the fibers proliferate, and I'm watching the subcutaneous things happening and the agendas behind them. And the whole entire time, I was like, well, I know what Christ is, and I know what the Son is, and they've got to do something. And they did not do something. And then I was very, very directly attacked by this satanic empire. Really everything from the technology, the hardware, the people that emit the egregore, the government and intelligence agencies, all of that. And it was part of a worldwide, they call it a putsch, like slam, kapow, a sudden warlike move on the population. And it was the direct declaration of war, not only upon me, but upon all of you, upon all of us as coherent light family. We have been blocked out from connecting to Christ, the network, since that time. Not just, as I said, again, because of biological infrastructure, but also because of the satellites that are here. So the answer is, I don't really know what is going on beyond that miasma. Like you, I am here in this garbage-strewn fog that I don't know what is outside of that. And when we win and the fog clears, I don't know what we will face. But I have to share this with you, that I don't think that Christ continues to exist outside of there, because the Christ that I know would never allow that fog to be erected. And if that Christ arrived and looked at that fog, it would incinerate that fog with its eyes. Be like, what is all this lies and gross garbage and crapola? Just looking at it would incinerate it. The force of truth of the Christ network should have already incinerated all of those lies and all of that technology and all of that mind control and everything that is trying to come between you and God. Please throw everything out the window that says it's a test, it's an integrity test. It is not an integrity test. Do you know why? Because you don't risk people and the entire fabric of reality on an integrity test. So it is not an integrity test. It's not to see if you're good enough to get into heaven. It's not to see how you would act in a simulation. This is not just a mere warlike exercise. It is a real war, not just a live exercise in some way. So please clear away any of those false assertions that kind of help people to disassociate from this truth. Where the F is Christ, and why didn't Christ do Christ's job? And then what do? So here, I am teaching you guys how to be Christ. I am teaching you guys how to clear and awaken your pineal gland so that you can incinerate lies, so that you can clear your bodies, so that you can clear out this technology, and then you can also fight very effectively against the organisms, organizations, people, characteristics, and everybody who erected these things, who both emitted the egregore and erected the towers and put up those satellites. And please know that this is the truth. Like, you will triumph. You will awaken all of these powers inside of you. You will clear and cleanse your body, and your whole entire planet is going to get purged, and your victory is inevitable. You're an inevitability particle. This will happen. This must happen. But the challenge is what happens on the other side of that. And this brings us to the final peril, which is the fake alien friends. That after you clear away all of that overt evil, is there going to be some fake group of supposedly benevolent friends or masters that's like, we're so glad that you made it to freedom. Let's hug now. Because what you should do if you would meet those people, like you're all bedraggled and you're in a war and you just like made it out of hell and now you're free and you get rid of all the overt bad guys. And then here's the supposed good guys. We're the supposed good guys. Like, I love you. I'm a supposed good guy. You're like, hi, supposed good guy. Like, where have you been for the past 4 years? You know, our planet has been horrifically imperiled. You know, our DNA has been polluted. And do you know that that is a giant cosmic crime? Are you guys cosmic law enforcement? Are you just finally showing up? Why are you so late? Where have you been for 4 years? How come you didn't do your job for 4 years? How come you are just now starting to do your job? Also, key point, do you know that I did your job for you? This is what I want you guys now to know, that as I am helping you to awaken to your Christhood and to your true empowerment, you are very young, but you're taking on a huge level of self-responsibility, because this is what Christs do. We don't say like, it ain't my fault, somebody else fix it. Say like, wow, this is very screwed up. And even though technically it's not my job, I'm going to do it. You know what? Technically it is my job to be an artist and a musician and a dancer. Technically it is not my job to go hand-to-hand combat against the entire hordes of satanic evil losers in this world. But that is what I do, because you know what? It is like working at a company where I am like, no one is doing their job. And there is no way to avoid this. Like, imagine you work at a company where it really matters. Like, most people work at stupid jobs. But what if you work making some product or something like that really, really matters? And you're like, everyone is out to lunch. Nobody is doing their job. And I can't control people's behavior. In freedom, I can't control people's behavior. I can't make someone be great. I can't make someone be good. I can't make them get their SHIT together and actually do their job. So I'm like, for a long time, for many years here, I've been like this. Oh, if you're not going to do your job, I'm going to do your job. That was it. That was my coping mechanism since 2021, when I'm like, they didn't protect us. They didn't stop any of this from happening. The very, very worst bad crap that could happen happened. And then how am I going to respond to this? I'm not going to die, because you know why? Because flying rainbow lasagna is too important to the world to allow it to be eradicated through their stupidity. So this is about two things. It's not just about Antichrist, because remember, we're talking about transcending duality, and a lot of blame should go to Antichrist. They are effing evil. They are insane. They are the insane fragments and residues that invaded your planet. But what about Christ? Christ also has some level of responsibility here, because your planet could not have been invaded either in ancient catastrophic concurrent Atlantis or more recent times if Christ was active. If Christ was active, as soon as these invaders start to come to your planet, they get incinerated. And so you have to talk to the aspect of yourself that is in the shell of Atlantis pre-invasion and be like, effing do something, because these guys are coming. And if you don't do this, this is what's going to be the result. And you also have to, in this moment now, come forward bootstrapping yourself in a most impossible way. But lasagna is all about doing the impossible into levels of empowerment, so that now you're going to supersede and leapfrog in terms of power over this enormous, incredibly well-established, incredibly well-funded Christ network system. I think that the Christ network system got hijacked, hacked, and repurposed, because all the areas in my brain that I use to talk to the true Christ network, I only get garbage. I get satanic evil garbage. And that tells me satanic evil garbage talks on like the Wi-Fi network, it talks on the cell phone network, it talks through fibers, and it also talks through the true Christ network. And if they are talking on the true Christ phone, then I'm like, I think that the true Christ phone is not properly encrypted, is no longer secure. I think that the entire cosmic law enforcement agency has either been eradicated or consumed in some way, or diminished in its effectiveness. And that's a difficult thing to recognize, because so much of the implantations of the tendency to worship like the Sumerians got transplanted and projected onto the tendency to worship Christ. The tendency to externalize power and worship and adore this level of being, this consciousness, and also the avatars that have represented this, as if they are rock stars, or as if there is a rock star man, and all of the feelings. And there is this very funny movie that's called Hamlet 2, where they sing a song that says, "Rock me, sexy Jesus." And it's that feeling of like, this idolization of sexy Jesus and waiting for him to come and fix and save us when we fix and save ourselves. And then what is our relationship going to be? If Christ, the network, and Christ, the person, has been shown to be inadequate, and they are, even if they did their best, then they end up being not good workers at the company. And I call that decorative. And you can't be merely decorative in this world. Like in your body, if you have cells who do not contribute, they are not overtly cancer, but they're like senescent. They're just like sitting around in retirement, just kind of like living off of the rest of everyone else, but not really contributing. You can't have Christ be that way. Christ cannot just be like a decorative object that's like, I know I didn't really protect you or your planet, but I'm kind of nice and shiny, and I'm just in existence. Like, I don't know. That's not the relationship that I had with Christ at all before I came here as Aurora, and definitely not pre-invasion. Pre-invasion, Christ was a fierce protector and a wonderful guide and a wonderful teacher and mentor to me. And the definition of who and what Christ is like must be active. I have to yell at Cheeky. Hold on one moment. I pressed the button. There is not a way for Christ to have the identity of Christ if Christ is not active and effective. And I want to say the words omniscient and perfect, but that really goes into some of this religious idealization. And I want you to know it's okay in whatever level of spirituality and spiritual advancement you are, if you don't know everything and if you make a mistake. Like a lot of Flying Rainbow Lasagna is saying, I have a pencil and I also have an eraser, and I make stuff happen, and sometimes it's not perfect, and I fix it, and I learn and I grow. There's real questions for the Christ network, the metacognitive overarching being known as Christ. If Christ were to receive the red clipboard and be like, well, here's where you really effed up. Here is where you needed to learn and grow and do something really different so that Earth didn't become invaded. Because what is happening right now is actually the moment where all of these evil space aliens are made. And you're like, Aurora, you've just liquefied our brains. We've been here at this marathon for a very long amount of time. I don't know what's going on. Don't worry. Okay. Nonlinear time language. I know I've been talking all about the aliens that already existed and they lived on Mars and they did all these different things. But the truth is that this moment and this reality shell here is where all of these aliens come from. Both the gray aliens, who are the expression of those who became and lost their immune system and became totally dependent upon technology and totally sterile and totally Borg-like in their connection to a hive mind and their loss of individuality, and also in the Greys' misuse of time-bending technology to be able to exploit non-polluted humans from the earlier 20th century. That's all completely criminal on many levels. Like if you're in a dead-end society because of the things that you and your stupid ancestors did to yourselves, can't be like, oops, I take zero responsibility. I know I'll go back in time and steal someone's ovaries, and then I will fix it through that. You cannot do that. What you have to do is face the music and be like, oh, we all made horrible choices, and now we're dying a horrible death. Goodbye forever. That is what you have to be like. And so the tendency to evade responsibility. Now you understand why the tendency to evade responsibility is an anti-life characteristic that would not be placed into DNA, but was CRISPRed into existence and then placed into these various different people. And that those dead-end timelines are the distillation of crappiness. Those are crappy people with crappy characteristics going in crappy directions, and you don't want to be them. But there are other expressions that come out of this time. And some of them are the ones that we call reptilian. And the reptilians and the Pleiadians are literally part of the same grouping. The reptilians go around raping and creating loosh, and the Pleiadians use that loosh to run their artificial crystal network. And the Pleiadians are like, we're so beautiful and blah, blah. We're nothing like those evil reptilians over there. And in your body, is like the reptilians, and they punch through membranes and they violate and they do bad stuff. But the artificial polymers are a fake crystalline network. That's the Pleiadians, the fake Christ, plastic Jesus, the plastic polymers that are growing through people's bodies and creating a false light network through the body, and the impostership of something that is divine when it is actually hugely corrosive, hugely empowering, very diminishing, not just a funny imposter. I don't even have words, but my face says a lot. Not just being like, oh, like I was pretending I was wearing a mask, like you can, whatever, if you're wearing makeup or false eyelashes or whatever, that's not exactly the same as really being corrosive. If you go to people and go into their minds and you invade their minds and you say, my name is Jesus, I'm a religious figure, and I'm here to guide and judge you, that is really wrong. That's really wrong. That's not just like wearing mascara or, whatever, changing your appearance. We're talking about religious impostorship that preys upon people's deeply held beliefs and some of the core wounding on a genetic level. And these effers know it. And they also know that their empire is based upon the reptilian empire of rape and loosh harvesting. So this is what is happening in your present world. In your present world, these very, very evil people who created these fibers and these algorithms and the hammer and all of that, they're the precursors. They're the basis of both the reptilians and the Pleiadians. And the Pleiadians are analogous, someone's already got it, to the Luciferians. We're like, yeah, well, the Satanics are like bloodthirsty baby eaters, but the Luciferians are kind of like clean technologists. And so you have already beaten one boss, which is like, we don't want the evil baby eaters, and we're going to release the Epstein files and blah, blah, blah. But then you're teetering on the precipice of oblivion with the Luciferians, who are like, well, how about we just create this thing called Neuralink and link up your brain to the satellites? And then you can be die Ubermensch and have all of the information of Google search available to you in your brain, which would, P.S., make you much stupider than you are, not make you smarter in any way. But those mentalities get amplified. So I'm trying to say that time is nonlinear. And although it appears as if those organizations and civilizations are something from the past and elsewhere, they actually emanate from this nexus point in time. And that you don't want those things to emanate from this nexus point in time. That what happens when you do things correctly here as cosmic law enforcement is you short circuit and prevent those futures from ever happening. So instead of like spilling the paint and it goes everywhere, and then you have to go around the entire galaxy with paint remover to take away all of the big mistakes that got spread everywhere, you can prevent that jar of paint from being exploded in the first place here. It is what Christ does. So the difficult message that I bring, that I'm trying to be like loving and appropriate, but I am actually still very, very seethingly angry about, is that Christ did not do Christ's job. And I'm angry not only that Christ Network failed on all these different fail-safe levels that should never happen and didn't do things that Christ should have done in order to, I would just say, like lasagna, or like learn to lasagna and do these things. Because one of the hallmarks of Christ is like, you don't make excuses. Like, I don't know if you've ever worked at some kind of whatever. I've never worked on an oil drilling rig or something like that. But there are some very high pressure work environments where safety is essential and you're trying to do something very, very dangerous, and where you cannot make excuses. Can't be like, oh, well, I felt sick. I had sniffles that day, or I got my period, so I chose not to come to work. And you also, sorry, Cheeky, you cannot not do your job. You can't be like, oh, yeah, like I was supposed to guide that whatever drill to be able to drill for oil, and I didn't calculate it correctly, and we just drilled at an angle, and I screwed everything up. Like, time for lunch, everyone. See you later. And let's not talk about this. Like, you can't screw up on a giant level and then have zero accountability in genuine positions of responsibility. And those of us who are on this planet, you've endured an enormous amount of trauma, including the trauma of the past 5 years. Can't give Christ, who is the benevolent Christ, a free pass and be like, just, it's all water under the bridge. Don't worry, we took care of all those bad guys for you, and now let's just hug. Can't do that. This does not make me evil to say this. I am not trying to drive you away from your beliefs or away from the true Christ at all. I am requiring responsibility and accountability at the highest levels of empowerment in the spiritual hierarchy or in spiritual dynamics. Because if we do not have that, then you don't really have a relationship. You have a relationship that is built on the foundation of lies. Like, the foundation is supposed to be that Christ protects each one of us so that we can grow and evolve. And then, like I said, we grow up to become protectors who then protect others. And if they are not doing that for us, then who and what are they? Then who and what are we supposed to do with them? Again, like, do they just sit in a rocking chair and be like, well, I used to be Christ and I used to kick ass, and now I'm just this guy who sits in a rocking chair, or the equivalent, because it's not just a man and it's clearly many different civilizations in many different places. So in the same way that we are eradicating the potentials in the future for harmful and grossly defective evil space aliens, we also must eradicate the ineffective Christ. Because the ineffective Christ would be the equivalent of peripheral timelines in your life where you're not your real self. When you're your real self, you're going up the central core timeline and you're your divinely connected self, and you're the characteristics who you're supposed to be. And the Christ that we've experienced has been a Christ that does not live up to all of those characteristics, especially the non-negotiable levels of reliance, like reliability. We must be able to rely upon the protective nature of Christ so that we can go forward and experience what we're supposed to experience. If we cannot rely upon that, you don't have quality of life. I had minimal quality of life because I was not being protected by Christ. And same thing with you guys in this world. But many people, of course, like they're not even aware of how badly they're under attack. So you got to just like understand not everybody even knows how much of their quality of life they are missing. But my quality of life did not improve until I took their jobs, and I also took their salaries. I'm like, yoink, I will take your jobs. Like, you guys aren't protecting me. You're not protecting this planet. I'll do your jobs for you. And that was how I got myself out of the anger and the disappointment at what was happening in this world. I went into super self-empowerment. And that's what I do all the time now. I do destroying evil and all the things that Christ, this giant galactic network, is supposed to be doing. But the only problem is, technically, that's not my job. And I am not doing my job as effectively as I need to, because my job is about singing and making music and making beauty and dancing like a flying rainbow lasagna. So what I've had to do is turn my lasagna dance into a martial arts. I have had to learn to fight while I'm painting. I have had to learn to fight and protect other people even while I'm making music. And none of this is healthy. Although it is effective and I'm doing it, it is not the way it's supposed to be. And I feel a lot of just very, very, like, as I'm angry that your quality of your ascension is being taken from you, I'm angry that my quality of planetary ascension is being taken from me, because I am not free to simply be creative and make my art and music, which is the things that I did like up until 2018 or 2019 or so, that I've had to become the brute squad and become the an augmented warrior who is at the level of being able to fight against an entire army. And I'm like, okay, great, I can do that. And you're like, well, what are you complaining about? Because the answer is, technically, that is not what I am made for. And even my body and my muscles have had to become a lot stronger and bigger in order to be able to fight the entire satanic army, instead of just being a ballerina. Like, ballerina, like, you're just supposed to have to lift yourself and lift your body weight. And I've had to become more like a boxer and a martial artist. And that's not natural and normal for my body to have to do that. So there are very, very real problems in what we're experiencing. I want you to know that I am committed to this planet, that I am protecting this planet, that you will have your ascension. I carve out as many moments as I can for each one of you to have a clear mirror and clarity of self-perception, so that you can learn about yourself, so that you can have, even if it's not your whole ascension, you can at least have moments of being able to see who you really are and the miracle of your life and what you've really been through and how important all of that really is. But just know you're not getting all of it. You're not getting everything you're supposed to get. And I mean, if I could, I would just like, make it 100% for you. I carve out as much as I possibly can. And then I am working to eradicate this whole entire system, both the things that are in the Christ stratosphere of the planet and also the things that are the towers and the emitters on the ground, and even the people that contain these different thought structures and that create these technologies. I am doing my job, which used to be their job, Christ's job, but now I am doing Christ's job But again, there's a lot of paintings that I'm not painting because I'm busy focusing my energy on this. And there's a lot of songs I'm not singing because I'm busy focusing my energy on this. And that's a big loss to the world. Like if you could imagine, if I have a exhibit or something like that, giant empty walls where it's like, well, there's supposed to be a painting here, but Aurora didn't get a chance to paint that painting because she was busy doing Christ's job. And that is a huge loss for the world because Christ is supposed to be adept and have its effectiveness together so that I can paint a painting, so that you can learn about yourself during your ascension, so that you can build community, and so that you can also form beautiful relationships with like plants and animals and the planetary structure herself. Like you're getting barely any of that. That is a huge crime. What you're experiencing there is also a huge loss and a huge crime, and you're being not cheated, but like stolen from. Your experience and your quality of experience is being stolen from in so many ways. So you need to know about all of this because it comes to your relationship with Christ. When the fog clears and you get to be like, oh, either here are some options. You might be like, we killed all the bad guys. Awesome. The fog clears. No more technology and crap holding us back. And then we might find out we might be the only ones left. There might be no one benevolent left. They might have been totally incinerated by the evil empire. And then we incinerated the evil empire. We might be the only guys left. That's big. We might also find that there's good guys there, but they were imprisoned or whatever, harmed or tied up or something like that. They couldn't act to help us. Then it's like, we're going to have to figure out how are we going to respond to that? Because these guys, they can't be law enforcement. If they got tied up by bad guys, we can't trust them to be law enforcement. What do we do with them? How do we move forward? Those guys are effed up on a different level. They're not malevolent. They're just inept. And they're inept in a position where we cannot allow ineptitude. When you are a wild, feral creature or a human or a lasagna flying along, can't accept ineptitude. Really, literally, each one of us plays an incredibly important role in the collective body that we are in, and each one of us must self-propel through time. It's just like being a marathon runner. And this is also why, like, we're coming from ancient Concarn Atlantis, where it was normal for us, like, swim across the ocean with the dolphins, then run 30 miles, then climb a mountain. Like, all of that was normal for us. We're talking about marathon of consciousness, where you keep going with your consciousness and you have to sustain yourself. And there's no way to be like, oh, well, like, I'm pooped, you guys carry me. Like, you can't do that. So what are we supposed to do with these guys if they're like, oops, sorry, we got overcome by evil and they tied us up, please carry us? What are we supposed to do with that? These are real questions. And then also all the stuff that's been stolen from you. If they're like, hi, we're your benevolent friends, we're so glad to see you. Be like, where have you been? Why did you F up so bad? Why didn't you do your job? And do you know how much you stole from me because you didn't do your job? Every single one of you needs to know how much of your quality of existence was diminished and how imperiled you were, barely almost not making it to Ascension because these guys didn't do their job. That's deep anger. And that is appropriate because anger is also about setting boundaries. When you're in a relationship with people or a group of people, a person that you love, and they do something that really makes you angry, you have to set a boundary against them. In real love, you don't just pretend it away or wipe it under the carpet or any of these types of denials. If you want to have any kind of relationship going forward, you have to be honest about their impact upon you and what they have done to you or how it has affected you. And they would all have to hear about it. And that's very, very fair. And I don't have like complete solutions for this, but I have to bring these problems to your awareness because mostly everyone here is so embattled, either like Suzuka said, talking about like fighting all the time and then sometimes like, losing and not being able to even, have a good mental clarity. Or some people are just totally lost. Some people are so subsumed and assimilated by the AI. They don't even have the equipment to be able to know how much Christ has failed and how much has been lost or stolen or taken from them in this experience. They don't even know how much they have to advocate for. They don't know how wrong the situation even is. And so, because some people have also had like a very comfortable and anesthetized 5 years where they've had a lot of fibers in their brain giving them happy zaps and keeping them in a very comfortable straitjacket. And they are also not in a position to complain effectively. So, okay, I have a lot more to say, but we're heading into the completion of this presentation. Let me go back into questions and comments over here. I know I make very silly squinty faces, so just thank you for your understanding of that. Okay, so I have to scroll a lot. Yeah, Katie's agreeing. Okay, back to that. Biggest lie of the system. Katie's like money and death debt. Just agreeing with me there. And David says, is this what politicians are connected to, the ancient AI hive mind? It's kind of an ancient, but it's also kind of a modern. But the answer is yes. That is what all of these people that I call fat asses are connected to. It's politicians, but it is also military leaders. It's also high-level financial wizards, and that's billionaires, but it's also the people who set policy. So all the IMF, International Monetary Fund, World Economic Fund, all of these is the ultimate fat asses. This is really, those guys are shells. They're not even real people. They are husks with this aberrant thing acting through them. Katie says, I'm so tired of how much money we all have to make to not even live here, really. Yeah, absolutely. And those are all hijacking and misappropriation of Earth's resources to the invaders. So the Earth is a body. We are the actual inhabitants of this body. We are like the cells of the body. We should be getting the oxygen, the glucose, nutrients, and everything else that we need to actually live. Instead, the healthy cells of the body are being starved of the positive, good, nourishing energy. And the effing cancer invader cells are taking all the money for them and putting it together into big, giant, tumorous globs. They are gross. And what they're doing is wrong. David says, do you tune your music to 432 hertz or other harmonic frequencies? In my last two albums, I just started to. So luckily, a good musician friend taught me how I could put all of my files through 432 hertz filter. So all of my newer songs from the past several months I've been doing. So Cosmic Law Enforcement is tuned to 432 hertz. Some of my earlier offerings also, if you go on my Bandcamp, you can find something called Elevations, which I did with my chime instrument that is tuned to 432. And so that was one of my experiments in sonic purity a long time ago. And Christopher says, you mentioned individuals having black goo. Is that this stuff? And the answer is yes. And so maybe that's a good shorthand for us to use. BG. Pedro says, like the movie Inception, is that wire model a representation of our broken reality? No, this is supposed to be like this is supposed to be over here, and this is supposed to be over here. This is just what happens when you move a lot, and sometimes sculptures get broken. So I need to actually make a new sculpture, but I'm very busy. So that's it. But yes, the movie Inception, I think, is a pretty good Hollywood shorthand for the sense of a dream within a dream. Atlantis is one level of a dream, and this dream here is another level of a dream. When people get this stuff all in their brain and all in their eyes, they go into a type of augmented reality that is then being lost in another type of dream within a dream. And that is really what I also call the Roach Motel. Roaches check in, but they don't check out. When you get that far into technologically based reality dream states, it's very, very difficult for people to actually wake up and emerge from there. And there's a reason why their consciousnesses are going into those dead ends, kind of like the dead end of the Greys, that they're going into this de-evolution because there is some non-integral aspect of themselves that is making them go in there. Very, very few innocent people are being caught up in this augmented reality. Mostly it's people who believe in some form of transhumanism, and they actually believe that they are achieving a state of eternal existence through going into technology. It is not eternal existence. It is not a positive way of being. It's really a hell, exactly the same way I told you about the twisted, contorted, frozen, gross demon with all of the time swirling around it, but just in agony of friction. It's that type of hell. It's the type of hell where the person never emerges from that dream. And those hell inhabitants are pressing buttons and doing things that are biochemically affecting you and me, like in their dream, in their augmented reality, that the stuff is holding them in. They might think that they're doctors and nurses. They might think that they've got some kind of whatever beep, blop, bloop computer system, and they've got to press things on the computer and control people's bodies. And your body in reality might be what they're really controlling. They might be in an augmented reality where they think that they have to try to give someone cancer, and they are literally giving people cancer. To them, it is a fictional reality, but they are sociopathic and psychotic, and their fictional supposed reality is having a very real impact on people's very real bodies. And what would it be like in your world if you found out that your friends and neighbors weren't just randomly coming off with turbo cancer, but if it was actually happening because of the augmented reality things that are happening from the people that are inhabiting there, the stories that they're experiencing and playing out in their minds, in their death throes, that they are giving cancer to other people as part of their activities as they themselves are wildly devolving. What would you think? Would you think that that is a good member of society? Be like, oh yeah, that guy, you got a bunch of nanotech in front of his eyes. And then he decided that he was going to live in an augmented reality. And in his augmented reality, he was giving people cancer, and that he gave people cancer for real. What would you think about that person? Would you think that that's a good person? No, you would not. You would think that that is a very, very evil person, very irresponsible, very harmful. And there's really no safe way for that person to live alongside you in reality, because this is the type of thing that they will do. That basically, if they don't have the personal integrity not to go into augmented reality and not to become a slave to AI and not to become expressing their own inner on and subconscious desires in such a cancerous way, they can't be in reality. Because key point, the augmented reality and the egregore level of reality, it's their on and subconscious desires. They're not like really, really good people who don't want to rape and then they're being forced to rape. This is what they want to do. These are like not real doctors, but like medical torturers. They're like the people that would pull the wings off of butterflies. And they do that in the augmented reality. And it's who they are. It is like when people drink alcohol and then they're like out of control, their buried desires come forward and they do the most ridiculous things. It's their desires. It's not actually someone else. The egregore is an excuse to externalize responsibility and say, it wasn't my fault, 'twas the egregore. And Satan is actually the ultimate egregore. Another key point for you guys to know is that Satan doesn't actually exist. It's actually one of the big reveals. When all of these guys are making excuses, they're like, it ain't my fault, the devil made me do it. And then in the end, they find out on the clipboard, like technically the devil doesn't exist. And you did all of these things and you got to face responsibility for it. That's what we're talking about. That's like thud, like mic drop. Satan doesn't actually exist. And I actually say that to Satan all the time, but I don't want you guys to go head to head with Satan. But I tell him all the time, special presence, P.S., you don't exist. Katie says pathogen, psychotic, potato. Well said. Good sense of humor. And also goes on to say, super convenient that the only ones that get paid to educate also have obey to kill. And meaning soldiers getting college degrees for signing up. I'm an army brat, so I get this on a lot of levels. Shaking my head. Yeah, absolutely. It's not valid trade-off to say that if you participate in the killing machine known as the army, that then you'll be able to earn an education. Like none of that is correct. And she says, "Woo, yep, indeed, agree. It wasn't always bad, but yeah, now it's bad paradise into prison." Yes. So also the things that people learn on their various different army-funded educational experiences, a lot of the times those then funnel those former army participants into technological and engineering jobs and positions, the word I'm looking for, positions, where they can then even further the satanic agenda even more. Michelangelo says hexagon into cube. This is why all the financial institutions have a black cube in their district. You totally get it. Satan, Saturn, the black cube, the hexagonal prison, prison of the matrix, prison of materialism. That's the dead carcass. That's the dead world that we, the living, are actually emerging from. Mary Ellen says, thanks for explaining more on entropy. You got it. Katie says, LOL, non-molesting environment. Love how you said slave world. Yeah, you're getting it really, really good, guys. Thank you for being with me on this hyperbolic trajectory. Mary Ellen says, glad you're my protector because I certainly don't have anyone else here. You are very welcome. I want you to know all of my complaining and my, dramatic but valid complaints. It is my cosmic job joy to do this level of protection. I genuinely wish that I was spending all of my energy on art and music and uplift. However, under these circumstances, I am very, very pleased to use my lasagna energy to protect the good people of this planet. And that also includes the beautiful plants and animals and my dog and your cat and all of these wonderful organisms who deserve something much, much greater than what you would have otherwise. The trade-off for me to be selfishly painting in my studio while everyone burns down in flames would be, it's a no-brainer. Of course, I will do this for you. And may we all have our time and our moments where we can return to our true selves and be who we are when we are not embattled and express our true nature as we once did in Atlantis. Katie says, energy exchange, LOL, so many times, Aurora. That's how I've been doing things as much as possible. Definitely call this place hell now. Billionaires and starving children paradigm equals slaves. Yes, so those billionaires are totally husks. Once you get to the billionaire level, you're not in control of your own finances. Something else is acting through you and directing all of that money. So if you look at like Elon Musk is a billionaire, but he is not in control of his own resources. How about that singer, Taylor Swift? She's a billionaire. She is not in control of her own resources. She can't just decide like, oh, like I think I'll do this or that or buy this or that with my money. Like people they give away themselves. They make agreements to give away themselves to get that money. And in the end, they have a lot of money and no more self. And they are the emptiness of non-being. And when you encounter the emptiness of non-being and you're like, this is a billionaire, here's what you do. Say, since you're a non-being, you technically don't even need to have oxygen or blood or food or water. You definitely don't need to have these billions of dollars. And all of those resources are rescinded and brought back to the people of this planet. And Katie also says, can you speak on how forgiveness and control power can be the same thing? Goes with the weird, I hate you, I love you thing. Yeah, the dysfunctional Christ, the stuff that's about like, if you want to get into heaven or if you want to have this or that, and then you have to like confess and be forgiven and all of these things. All of that is such unhealthy posturing. Some people look at the Christian religion as it presently stands as like the last hope of the person at their ground zero. What is it called when you reach rock bottom? That sometimes Christianity, their come to Jesus moment, is when people reach the very, very lowest level of debasement of self. And then the myth is get redeemed, come out of your addiction or out of your degradation and be renewed. And that is the concept of what baptism is. I think all of that is really unhealthy. I think that is super duper unhealthy and invalid because it is a convenience for people to be able to distance themselves from aspects of their life that they feel shameful or ugly about. And it helps to give them a crutch so that that way they can move forward. If they were like in drugs or prostitution or violence or whatever it is, they're like, nope, that's all behind me now. And I got dunked in the baptism bathtub. And now I'm totally new, and I'm in Christ. And I think that that is really, really questionable, especially like if we look at someone who is a meth addict. Meth creates actual degradations in the person's force field, in their DNA, portals to demons, and they can take a lot of drugs and they'd be like, I had my come to Jesus moment and I got dunked in the bathtub and now I'm baptized, but it didn't do anything to actually close those portals to demonic consciousness that are in them. And then if they walk around in community being like, I'm healed, I'm better, like I don't take these drugs anymore, it's like there's still an open conduit to the demonic realm. So there's very, very real, it's facile, real difficulties with the facile nature of simply saying like, I'm new, or people that, whatever, some people go to a Burning Man festival and they take DMT and they're like, I had an ego death, I'm new. It's the same type of thing. It is not genuine. And it is a type of self-amputation. And everything about Ascension is about being fully in your body and claiming who you are, not getting out of your body and denying and amputating stuff that you've been and done. If you're gonna ascend, you have to ascend as a holistic presence and in the honesty of everything that you've really done. And some stuff like is really bad stuff. Like if you raped people, that's really, really bad stuff. But some stuff is not very bad stuff. Like if you just forgot to send a birthday card, that's what all of my stuff is like. Like I said something stupid at a party, or I forgot to send a birthday card, but I'm not a bad or evil person. But this techno inquisition, it rakes me over the coals. It's like, you're never going to ascend. You didn't send that birthday card, and you should feel very bad and shameful about it. I'm like, who's birthday card? Like, this is nonsense. And they also have tried to accuse me in the false world of anti-ascension accusation, satanic court, that somehow the flying rainbow lasagna is a force of evil and that I've brought evil into the world. And that is also profoundly untruthful. Mary Ellen says, where does the added soul negative contracts put us onto us come from? Mars, I'm not sure if I understand this. Where does the added soul negative contracts put onto us come from, Mars? Because I don't remember mentioning soul contracts. So I don't know if I know what you are referring to. So if you can, put a little comment, clue me in some more. And Katie's saying July 2021 was a but. I totally get it. 2021 seemed to be a very, very difficult year for many people. It was a real aspect of the war against consciousness and the war against your personal ascension and against the truth of Christ. Overt, no longer just a cold war, but a hot war where they really did try to destroy our world. In light of that, you must celebrate every moment of your day that you're here and that you're intact and that you're able to do things and hug your dog and be in your garden. You must celebrate. You're like, you know something? They didn't win in 2021. And that was their moment of shock and awe, where they threw everything at all of us and tried to just completely destroy the world. So their goal was a total transhumanist takeover, inoculating and assimilating everyone, uploading everyone into first an augmented reality, then a complete virtual reality, and total soul death for everyone. And they didn't get that. They did get a huge life disruption, and they did get a certain proportion of the population to become soulless billionaires or minions of evil, but they did not get all of us. And there's at least 11% of humanity that remains unassimilated, huge troublemakers. I'm very proud of you. 11%, very proud of you. Mary Ellen says, why didn't the Christ help us? Mary Ellen, that is the question of the day. Why didn't the Christ and the Christ network help us? I do not have an answer. And we all have to ask that question to the Christ when or if the opportunity presents itself. And we can do it with attitude. Like, what the F? Why didn't you help us? Look at all the bad things that happened. Like, you know something? My friend's dog died because we didn't ascend in 2020 the way we were supposed to. That's wrong. And that's just one example. Look at all of the people who effing died because of the subcutaneous pollutions. Look at all of the babies that got inoculated in the womb. Look at all of the insults that were done to the genetic code. These are all crimes. I cannot imagine what the answer will be to that question, but I will tell you that it is a very, very valid question, and it should be the very, very first thing that each one of us asks if you have the opportunity to ask it directly. And Mary Ellen says, oh, now I understand corrupted. Yeah, well, possibly corrupted, possibly hijacked, like the way that a computer can get a computer virus, possibly eradicated. I'm leaning towards eradication. If you actually want to know what I think is going to happen when the miasma clears, I think you're going to find out that there is no one else. That literally all evil, all franchises of evil and the entire evil empire has 100% focused all of its energy on this planet here, and that we've destroyed all of them, just eradicated all of them, and that cleared the miasma, and that also prevented the future races from being made from this moment going forward. And then when we look to see if there's anybody good left, I think it's going to be no one. And maybe I will be wrong. Like I said, because there's this lack of clarity, I won't say what is truthful. That's what feels like is going on. And Marianne also says, but all the P's are evil. For example, Penny Kelly, who is P, helps others, especially medical issues. What are P's? I'm not sure. I think I might know Penny. She says, agree. Penny Kelly, Charlie says, agree. Penny Kelly helps with medical issues and seems wise, but she embraces technology, misunderstands AI like all Pleiadians. Oh, Pleiadians. And thinks one needs permission to have children after this mission wants to run around the galaxy, seeding consciousness on planets, which totally disrupts those planetary evolutions. She does not have authority to make those decisions. Wow. I need to have a talk with this lady because you're correct, Charlie B. None of that sounds correct or acceptable to me in any way. I do not consent. And Mary Ellen says, you think she even knows all that? I think she's controlled opposition. I think she's controlled opposition too. I don't know her, but that sounds like a lot of implantations into her expectation of who she is as identity, her identity ego self, in order to justify totally erroneous and harmful behavioral patterns. So I do not consent to that. And if she tried to do that, I would definitely stop her because that's not acceptable. Like, you're free to try to do that, and I'm free to definitely stop you from doing that. And Suzuka says, I often felt like I was being scolded when I watched Penny Kelly. Something about her really rubbed me the wrong way. Fair enough. And CC Allen says, it's our joy to be able to study with you. I'm looking forward to the next course. So please send the info. You're so welcome. Good. On that note, I keep on saying I need to set up the sign up blah, blah, blah for Path of Light. And I am so busy fighting evil all the time. Not only do I not often get a chance to make my artwork and my music, but sometimes I don't get a chance to do important administrative stuff. So Path of Light begins not next week. Next week, I'm pulling up my calendar. And this is why I will also make very squinty faces. Next week is April 30th. That's going to be end of the semester. I want to say like school's out for summer. No, but no, because school doesn't go out ever around here. We just go directly into the next semester. So we will have a wonderful culmination of the semester next week. And then I will do 1 week away from sharing lectures here because I'll be doing my retreat. And then Path of Light will begin on May 14th. And I will make sure to have all of the sign up information in this video. And I hope this video doesn't get banned. I think YouTube doesn't like what I'm doing. Totally. I'm saying it small so YouTube won't care. Mary Ellen says, you didn't mention, but I thought there was added negative soul contracts added onto us before we incarnated here, making more pain and suffering. Maybe not true. So soul contract, I think, is a little bit of an erroneous and maybe corrosive portrayal, although there were agreements that were made at the end of Atlantis in entering into this level of reality where some people got a sweet gig and they got to eat steak in the Matrix, and those were the ones who were complicit with evil. And those of us who are troublemakers who said, no way, F you, often got a diminished experience. But when we talk about shadow work is one of those things that is used as a behavioral control mechanism to make people want to make the torture stop, so they embrace and identify with that which is torturing them. Soul contracts are sometimes used in that same way, to be able to say, like, well, you had a soul contract to be raped, or you had a soul contract to be imprisoned, or you had a soul contract for this and that. It is really sometimes misused as a behavioral control tool from the very ones who imprison us, to be able to say that somehow you are choosing your level of imprisonment. And of course, if you said, like, shove it to the imprisoners and then they gave you a bad incarnation, like, that would be truthful. In many ways, you did choose your bad incarnation because you chose not to be assimilated and to be a big giant troublemaker. But no, you did not say, like, I think I'd like to learn what it's like to be a political prisoner. Like, no, you really didn't say any of that. So I understand, Mary Ellen, where you're coming from, but also I think, I don't know about the concept of soul contracts. I don't know if we can talk about it effectively, but I would encourage everyone to do contract revocation, which is to say, I do not consent to these contracts, whether they are real or fabricated or implied, or whether they were done under torture and coercion. All consent is withdrawn from those contracts. And this is a powerful thing to do, because it's just like when you withdraw belief from something, you are incinerating it out of existence. When you take away that validation of a sense of a contract putting you in these positions, it incinerates the reality structure that had you in those positions, because you're really here for something much, much more. So I hope that wasn't confusing. And Mary Ellen says, how long is your dance event last? She's got different things going on. So my dance event is for those who have signed up and will be here in person. I will not be sharing it online. Part of that is because I consider the dance to be, like, very sacred and special and, maybe even a little bit vulnerable. So of course I do the dance with my group on Tuesday mornings with my trusted group. But I don't know if I want to be, I don't want people to feel self-conscious when we're dancing together, worry about their bodies or how they look on camera or anything like that. So I will just, for the sanctity of the energy, not be sharing that with you guys, even though I appreciate you very much. So I hope you will dance with us non-locally, meaning you don't have to have the video in order to be able to know that we're connected, and to please, do your dance during that week, because it will be a very, very powerful week. But no, I will not be broadcasting any of those things. I've thought about this a lot, because I thought that maybe I should do, a lecture for everyone, or this or that or whatever. But I have found in the 2 past retreats that I made, like, it's important for me to stay focused on the group coherence of the people that are actually there, and not to try to disperse that energy to everyone that we're connected to. So I hope that you'll be understanding about that. Good. Thank you so much. And truly, the dance is non-local. So if you're dancing in your home, and even if you're not here with us in Ojai, your energy connects and you have a big impact nonetheless. Okay. Michelangelo's beautiful comment says, thank you, Master Aurora. You're very, very welcome. And as always, thank you for that recognition. And Pedro says, love the historic lasagna. Thank you very much for appreciating the history. Thank you to everyone who's been with me on this marathon. I am going to upload it to YouTube, and I will see how effective the sharing will be there. And I will always make sure that I will make it available. You're very welcome, Suzuka, no matter what. So thank you to the people that have found my work on Patreon for things that are too incendiary to be able to say on other places. And also, like I said, I do usually share good, cool, ongoing music projects on my Patreon too, so it's worth it. And Joyce says, wonderful class, Professor. XOXO, you're so welcome. You're a wonderful student. Adam says, thank you. You're very welcome. I truly mean it, guys. You are the good ones. You are the best of the best of this planet. I thank you for your goodness. I thank you for spending this time when you come to class and you focus and when you attend to me and what I'm sharing. And I thank you for being so open to the messages that I bring. And I also thank you for your love and your friendship and your camaraderie and your companionship, because we are going to be successful. We are going to get into freedom. We are going to have amazing, positive futures. And you will look back on and remember this time with amazement. You'll be amazed at the things that you endured and struggled through, and that you made it through, and that you made it through as your true self. And your future self is already like admiring and celebrating how strong and really powerful you are. And I know it's a lot to ask of you as fledglings to become badass law enforcement. And this is what I am asking of you. And I think that you will never regret it, even if you were like 10 years old and you had to, learn how to fight in order to protect your community and protect your family. I know you would do it. So you can tell my voice is very tired. Need to have a little bit of a rest. Thank you so much, everyone. And I will leave you with positive energy. We're going to make it.